Mayor, you're live.
Thank you. I hereby call the Santa Ana City Council meeting to order. This meeting is taking place with in-person attendance and by teleconference via Zoom. The public may access the meeting via the Santa Ana YouTube channel or the city's website. Please bear with us as the technology may disrupt the flow of the meeting. Madam Clerk, please conduct a roll call.
Councilmember Becerra. Councilmember Hernandez.
Present.
Councilmember Lopez. Councilmember Peñalosa.
Here.
Councilmember Fan.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez.
Present.
Mayor Mesqua.
Present.
5 members present. That is a quorum.
Thank you. Are there any additions or deletions to the closed session
There
agenda?
are none.
Do any council members need to announce their abstentions? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers?
No, there are no speakers for closed session and no email comments were received either.
Thank you. We'll be going into closed session.
Mayor, you're live.
Thank you. I hereby reconvene the Santa Ana City Council meeting to order. This meeting is taking place with in-person attendance and by teleconference via Zoom. The public may access the meeting via the Santa Ana YouTube channel or the city's website. Please bear with us as the technology may disrupt the flow of the meeting. As a reminder, this is a meeting to conduct the business of the city. As mayor, I'm afforded the opportunity to call for a recess or break or to even clear the meeting room if a meeting becomes too disruptive to properly conduct business. Warnings will be provided prior to any action being taken. We appreciate your cooperation. For everyone's safety per the fire marshal, please do not stand or place objects in the aisles, in front of the dais, along the back wall of the council chamber, or in front of entrances and exits. During city council presentations and oaths of office, guests of individuals being recognized are invited to come to the front to take photos. Madam Clerk, please conduct the roll call.
Councilmember Becerra.
Here.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Present.
Councilmember Lopez.
Here.
Councilmember Peñalosa.
Present.
Councilmember Fan.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez.
Present.
Mayor Mesqua.
Present.
All 7 members present.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, before we proceed to the Pledge of Allegiance, please make an announcement.
For members of the public on Zoom or teleconference, to request to speak during public comments on agenda or non-agenda items within the city's jurisdiction, you must dial *9 from your phone or click the button labeled Raise Hand from Zoom now to be in the speaker queue once public comments commence. Thank you.
Thank you. This time we're going to have the Pledge of Allegiance. Commander Julian Rodriguez, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, sir?
Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sir, very much. Words of inspiration by Police Chaplain Bob Burnett. Bob, please, sir.
As you know, I have a little word I always share to encourage and inspire. 1,600 years ago, St. Augustine wrote a very simple little phrase. He said, "The only essentials are life and friendship." The other night, I had the privilege of being at the swearing in of our chief. It was a privilege to be there and to listen to all speak, and there was one word used by every single person that spoke that night, and it was the word together. When we're together, things happen. Friendships happen. And it's my prayer for the rest of this year that all of us, as we're together, would benefit from all the times, the gifts, the talents that are all here. That our room is made better, our people are made better, our life is made better. It's a wonderful opportunity. In fact, the scriptures say, as iron sharpens iron, so one person sharpens another. We bring the best out. So tonight, I'd like to pray a blessing on you, blessing upon our city. So Father, I thank you for the people gathered here. Heavenly Father, be here among us. May your wisdom be displayed. May your power be shown. We pray that, Lord, those to be honored tonight would sense your blessing and your favor upon all that they have done as they're recognized and honored. For the things to be discussed, Lord, we ask your wisdom. Your word says that if we lack wisdom, we can ask and you'll give it generously. We thank you for those that serve our community, those gathered here, our mayor, our city council members, our chief, all those that represent our first responders, Lord God. We ask for safety and health. And most importantly, let this be a night of together, a night of better. In the name of the Lord, amen.
Thank you, Chaplain. Madam Clerk, are there any additions or deletions to the City Council agenda?
No, there are not.
Thank you. The first presentation is mine for the Modern Day Girls Volleyball Team. It's been rescheduled for another date. So let me go to Councilman Becerra to the Orange County Fire Authority.
Let's see, who do I have here from the authority tonight? Nobody. Well, thank Thank God I'm the chair of the OCFA board, so that'll work out then. So this year, National Burn Awareness Week is February 2nd through 8th. National Burn Awareness Week this year comes after the catastrophic fires that Southern California experienced. Over 38,000 acres burned, over 18,000 structures damaged or destroyed in both the Eaton and Palisades fires up in neighboring LA County. But this evening, I would like to speak about an important fire-related issue that affects our community every year, and not just those in wildfire areas, and that is burn injuries. So these injuries are not only physically painful, but they can have long-lasting consequences, so both in terms of health and quality of life. Burn injuries remain one of the top 10 leading causes of accidental death and injury in our nation. Every day, over 300 children between the ages of 0 and 19 are treated in emergency rooms for burn-related injuries. This is a startling reminder of just how critical it is for all of us to address this issue and take the steps necessary to avoid or to prevent these avoidable accidents. Every 60 seconds, someone in the United States suffers a burn injury severe enough to require medical attention. What's more, nearly 3 out of 4 burn injuries occur right in our homes where many of us feel the most safest. The majority of these burns are preventable, and that's what makes this issue so important. So whether it's from cooking, lighting candles, or using a fireplace, simple steps can be taken to reduce the risk. So almost half of all burn injuries are caused by direct contact with fire or flame, with scalding water, or contributing to nearly 1/3 of those injuries. Chemical burns, though less common, still account for a number of serious cases. Non-fatal burns can lead to long hospital stays, disfigurement, and lifelong disabilities, which is why burn prevention is such a critical issue for our community. But fortunately, we know that education and outreach can significantly reduce the number of burn injuries. We have the opportunity to keep our community safe by raising awareness about burn prevention. So this year's theme for National Burn Awareness Week is burn prevention, where you live, work, and play, preventing burns in the homes. So this theme serves as a timely reminder for all of us to educate ourselves and those around us on simple actions that we can take to prevent burns in our homes. So this week will be a time for us to raise awareness, encourage burn prevention efforts, and remind our community about the steps we can all take to stay safe. So I encourage everyone to share the message of burn prevention with family, friends, and neighbors throughout our entire city. So tonight, I, along with my colleagues on the City Council, would like to proclaim the week of February 2 through February 8, 2025, as National Burn Awareness Week here in the city of Santa Ana. So with that, I will accept this on behalf of the Fire Authority. But very importantly, please be aware of what's going on out there. We talk about fire season no longer being a season, but also just things that happen in your homes. Let's try to work to do what we can to prevent those sort of preventable accidents. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Councilmember Lopez, Lightning Youth Academy. Come on up if you're here, the Lightning Youth Academy.
Scoot down more in the back.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the chamber. So today I'm really excited to stand before you to recognize a truly remarkable organization that has become an integral part of our community, the Lightning Youth Academy and Lightning Youth Run Club. And we met a couple years ago at Edna Park. We just ran into each other. I think I was there documenting some issues with the park, taking pictures, and I think you came up to me, right, and introduced yourself, and you talked to me all about the club. And since then, they've done so many amazing things. But as I was saying, the club was founded in our city in 2010 by Coach Henry Rivera. Lightning really has grown into a beacon of inspiration and resilience, not just for our city, but for youth athletes across the country. Under Coach Henry's leadership, the team achieved incredible national success, including 2 second-place finishes and a national title in 2017. The Lightning team demonstrated the power of teamwork, dedication, and perseverance, and those values have continued to thrive, even during the most challenging of times. When the COVID-19 pandemic brought many programs to a halt, Lightning's commitment to our youth remained unwavering. With the leadership of Dr. Jose Cholula, the program made a remarkable recovery, transitioning to a nonprofit organization in 2022, and it is with great pride that I tell you that Lightning now serves not just Santana, but youth from across the region. What began as a small program has blossomed into an empowering force, providing recreational and competitive running opportunities for young people of all backgrounds and skill levels. At Lightning, it is not just about running, it is about creating a family, a community that comes together to support and uplift one another. The program's emphasis on mental health, mindfulness, and well-being, led by Dr. Cholula, is something we should all be proud of. Lightning helps our youth not only excel on the track, but also develop the mental and emotional resilience needed to succeed in life. Additionally, Lightning has become a vibrant hub for community engagement. The annual family camping trip to Camp Morning Star, the Santa Ana Cross Invitational at Thornton Park, and the collaboration with local schools and community centers are just a few examples of how Lightning is fostering connection, unity, and a sense of belonging in our city. The recent success of Lightning's athletes is nothing short of extraordinary. In 2024, they brought home 28 national medals from the AAU cross-country national meet, with the 7 and 8-year-old girls team finishing second place and the boys team placing third. So we're gonna give a round of applause for the youngsters. And you don't get to place second without being committed to the work, the hard work, and the unwavering support they receive from their coaches, and of course, our incredible parents who are here with us today. I know I speak for everyone in this room when I say how proud we are of the achievements of these young athletes and the incredible contributions of the coaches, the parents, and the supporters who make this program possible. It is a privilege to stand before you today to celebrate Lightning Youth Academy and Lightning Youth Run Club for their outstanding achievements and their commitment to building a stronger, healthier, and more connected community. I thank you so much for everything that you've done, for continuing to move the club forward, even during very difficult times. And I want to thank all of you for inspiring me to run. I need to get out there and do it more. And I'm excited to go out there and enjoy your running club. Yes, so come on up. And fun fact, some of the Lightning Club members were at our 5K race, and so if you have the Cultura magazine, you're gonna see a lot of young faces because they were at the very beginning of the start line. Yeah.
Thank you. I just want to take a few minutes really quick and just say a couple of things. First, I'm really proud of all the runners. This running, it really starts from way back. I had a dream that someday I wanted to come back to Santa Ana and use my gifts and talents. Thankfully enough, I actually was an immigrant, and I came to the U.S., and then when I came, I got a scholarship to go to college for running, and I got a full-ride scholarship. And then my goal, living in Irvine, it was a whole different world compared to Santa Ana, because I grew up here in Santa Ana. I always said, I'm gonna come back to Santa Ana and make it better. And 3 years ago, we initially started the program again. We started with about 10 runners. And using my gifts and talents, this is the result. I'm so proud of these kids, because one of the goals that I really want them to see is that they can achieve anything that they want in their lives. And I think this was a really good progress. We started with about the first year, we got 3 medals at nationals. And this year, we've got about like over 40 medals at nationals. Just over proud of these kids. And same progress, like just not the boys getting 3rd place at nationals or girls getting 2nd place at nationals. That just shows in our 3rd year that anything can be done as long as you work hard for it. And when we started from 3 years ago, we started getting the help and support from the community. As a nonprofit, we're kind of looking into these options of running is not just for the fast kids. We believe we can develop any runners to be great runners, not just great runners, but one of the best runners in the world. Believe it or not, we actually have a few runners that were ranked #1 in the nation. For that, I don't think we could do it alone. I actually just started this running profit 3 years ago. I have a clinic in mental health 3 years ago, but I also got the support of the city, the school, individuals, council members like Jesse, and we're getting a lot of help and support. So for that reason, you know, I know this recognition is for our lining program, but I also want to take opportunity to give a thank you to the city of Santa Ana. I know they're definitely been promoting the running and wellness, and this is something that I really want to thank. I'm not really sure who this belongs to, but this is a thank you for supporting our running program and all the businesses here in Santa Ana. The work that you guys are doing and the leadership that you guys have, I'm very impressed. So thank you for City of Santa Ana. Guys, we're gonna do something really cool. Remember we say, welcome to the Lining family? So I'm gonna say, what do we say to the City of Santa Ana? And then you say it. Lining, what do we say to the City of Santa Ana? Welcome to the Lining family. Can I do one more? I'm just gonna invite Hawk really quick, or Parks and Recs. I wanna give this, we were actually very lucky. We just got this last week. All runners were part of the Cultura. So for that reason, we want to give this back again to Parks and Recs and La Cultura, and all over the signature of our runners that are here today. So thank you, Parks and Recs, for working with us. Thank you.
Okay, do you guys want to take a big group picture? Yeah! Okay.
You guys gotta get real close now. Come close together. Can you ask the gentleman at the back to come? He's kind of hidden back there. The gentleman behind, el señor que está. Aquí.
Okay, we're going to go on to the next item. We're going to wait just 1 second while they clear out, and then we'll get started. All righty, that was super cool. That was a good one. Madam City Attorney, do you have anything to report out of closed session?
Mayor, council members, and members of the public, we did have 2 closed session items with many claims listed, but we do not have reportable action on those items.
Thank you. Mr. City Manager, we're going to change things up a little bit. You have some comments or announcements you'd like to make, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and City Council. First, I want to announce formally the appointment of 2 assistant city managers. We have Min Tai. Min has over 30 years of experience in urban planning, public administration, and community development. He will serve as our assistant city manager, overseeing our community development and economic vitality with the city manager's office. We also have Kat Downs. Stand up, please. Please stand down. Kat has over 30 years of professional experience, including auditing cities, commercial lending, and working in senior finance roles. She comes from the finance department, and she denotes part of our whole component in getting ready for Measure X and how we prepare. So the 2 appointments, if you will, come from our key aspects as far as the city managers taking a very active role in making sure that we're ready for the sunset of Measure X, and 2, then we're sure that when we meet with the business leaders, we are listening to the business leaders. So you see, that's Min's appointment, this whole component of making sure that our sales tax, our whole development process gets improved. So we're very focused on that. This is no different than 3-4 years ago when the city manager's office assumed the homeless kind of a concerns component. So that's the focus, that's what we're working for, and I want to make sure that we welcome, again, Min Tai and Kat Downs to the city manager's office.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Second, one of the key components, and I say that given the, how would I say this, the changes, in the current climate, the city wants to announce the formation of the Know Your Rights website. If you notice at the website, clearly one of the key items when you point out to the main City of Santa Ana website, you're going to have some immigration resources components. And if you look at the website now, and I'm having, so I'm clear to articulate, we offer 6-7 key components of nonprofits out there, including the Office of Lou Correa, the congressman with immigration components, the National Immigration Law Center, the OC Rapid Response Network, the Orange County Labor Federation, the Immigration Defenders Law Center, and the Asian American Advancing Justice Southern California. And we're hoping that at this point, this signals to our community that we're aware of what the situation to the current climate and that we're providing the necessary resources.
Thank you.
Then, on a happy note, finally, so just, we have the calendars, city calendars. So, as you know, yeah. They should have been in the mail now. A lot of people got them. We received many requests from the community, right? So, and for that, I assume the responsibility. So, thank you, and it's out there for that community. And we'll make sure that we bring them out in December for next year. All right, thank you,
Thank you very much, Mr. City Manager. Really appreciate it. All right, at this time, we're going to go into public comments. And congratulations to Ben and Kat. Thank you for all the work that you're going to be doing. All right, this is the time of the meeting for the city council to receive comments from the public on agenda and non-agenda items. Madam City Clerk, please explain the public comment procedures and call the first speakers, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Pursuant to Resolution Number 2023-047, speakers are requested to address the City Council directly and to refrain from profane language, racial epithets, and libelous or slanderous statements that disturb the decorum of the meeting. Pursuant to the Brown Act, the City Council may not enter into discussion at this time. Speakers will have 3 minutes for their comments. Before calling speakers, I'll report the summary of email comments received. City received a total of 130 e-comments related to today's agenda. 104 of them were on non-agenda topics, and 26 were related to item number 21. Those were distributed to the council and posted online for the public to review. We will now hear from the members of the public that are physically present in the council chamber, followed by those on the conference call or Zoom to provide comments. When you come to the podium or speak on Zoom, please state your name and the ward or neighborhood that you reside in for the record. I'll call 3 names at a time. If you could please line up in the center aisle behind the podium. First 3 speakers, Orquídea Soriano, Bulldog Jesse, Tonali, and Carla.
Hello, I'm Orquídea Soriano. I am here today to ask Santa Ana City Council, as well as the community, to stand up against the unauthorized, uncleared, private citizen and tech billionaire Elon Musk, who is leading a non-government organization, the DOGE. They have accessed parts of the U.S. Treasury, including sensitive government files, trillions of U.S. dollars, and our private information. 3 unions representing American federal employees are in the midst of suing the Trump administration. So I ask that the City Council and the community support them and in the 50 States, 50 Protests movement. Because we, the people, must stand up against these unprecedented, unconstitutional, and illegal acts. We are a democracy, not an oligarchy, and much less a dictatorship. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Bulldog Jesse. The reason they call me that, I retired being a chaplain at the Riverside Cemetery, burying our military. Background, 25 years in the Marine Corps, 12 years as a public servant, and private security also. And I worked with Congresswoman Norma Torres, Hilda Solis, and now I'm working with Lou Carrero here in this area. My issue here is junk cars parked in public streets. Where I live at, on the south and east side of 4th Street, we have cars that are on the street. I have complained with the code enforcement for the last 2 years. Out of the last 2 years, the reason I say last 2 years is that I moved from Phillips Ranch in Ontario area here to, the reason I moved here also for the great Hispanic history the city has. The culture, it's very fantastic. Okay, but anyway, I've been here. I sat on the city council. I was a commissioner, city council, ran for mayor, ran for state assembly, and also ran for the Senate. Like I said, my issue is public parking here on junk cars that are not running, and I've made complaints. And in 2 years, I've called, and they violated the same person 3 times, and the cars are back. Every Monday, 4 or 5 other people push these cars for the sweeper to come by, and they put it back in the same area. Now I live here, and I take care of 2 veterans who have dementia. And sometimes we can't get the nurse to bring the equipment here because there's a block down they have to park. I would like code enforcement to get on the ball a little bit and get out there. You can look underneath the car, you see spider webs. You can see parts of a car hanging, there's no transmission in it. Another car has oil dumped all over hazmat. And then we have another person in front of Patricia at Saddleback Park, and you're aware of that person, has junk cars over the weekend on the yard, a tow truck, and other vehicles are not registered. And, you know, public safety, it's really, even homeless people sleep in these cars. And that's a danger to them, especially when it's cold. Like I said, I dealt with the issue when I was in Pomona, you know, and we worked it out well. so I could get public safety here in code enforcement. And I have here 5 weeks of film them pushing it with other neighbors like that. And I'm guilty. First year I was here, I helped them out. Then I hurt my hip. I stopped doing it. So if I could get enforcement, get out there and help, I would really appreciate it for public safety. Thank you. Oh, by the way, off the wall, I'm the part of a Lou Carrero, and we're doing a Welcome Home Vietnam
Your
event.
time is up.
Your time's up, sir.
I'm
Apologize.
sorry.
Your time's up.
It was something for the public to know.
I understand, but your
Okay.
time's up. Thank you.
All right.
Next speakers, Tonali and Carla, followed by Felipe Dominguez and Nadia Jaramillo.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tonaliun.
Hello, my name is Carla Valencia.
We are here to ask for you, Valerio Mesqua, as well as the rest of you, to show up for your people. We saw a lack of empathy from you when your community asked for you to call for a ceasefire in Gaza, so we ask for you to please find your humanity now and show up for us. We all saw the statement you posted yesterday, but I do want to ask why it took so long for you to release a statement. Was it because people started to call you out, or was it because you really care?
As most of you know, the students of Santa Ana organized a walkout in support of our immigrant community. We had some students tell us that the word was going around at their school. Saddleback High School administration was upset and would potentially take away their senior activities for simply exercising the First Amendment right. If you really care for our community, like you stated, please show up for these kids and our people.
And to close off, we just want to say, Valerio Mesqua, I think it is very brave of you to try and shame people in your statement when we all know that the one with shame should be you. If you do things like kick journalists out of public events by sending police on them and roll your eyes at past public comments, how do you expect your community to trust you? By the way, thank you, members Vasquez and Lopez, for all the work you do.
Thank you.
Buenas noches, respetable mesa de Cabildo. Nuestro comentario va en español, ya que viene una presidenta municipal de un municipio de México para pedir que se le escuche.
Mi nombre es Alma Mireya González, soy la alcaldesa de Quiroga, Michoacán, México, y primero pues reconocerle de verdad ese cargo que tiene con esta responsabilidad y a cada uno de sus cabildo. Con mucho gusto me dirijo a ustedes desde la hermosa ciudad de Quiroga, Michoacán, en México. Nos llena de alegría la oportunidad de presentarnos y compartir un poco sobre nuestra cultura y nuestras tradiciones, así como la invitación a forjar lazos de hermandad entre nuestras ciudades. Quiroga es un lugar mágico conocido por su impresionante belleza geográfica, rodeado de montañas y lagunas que nos brindan un entorno natural inigualable. Nuestra economía se basa en la agricultura y la producción artesanal, destacando especialmente nuestras famosas carnitas, un platillo que ha conquistado paladares en todo el mundo. Nos encantaría que Santa Ana se convirtiera en un embajador de nuestras tradiciones gastronómicas, promoviendo la riqueza de nuestra cocina en su comunidad. Uno de los eventos más emblemáticos de Quiroga es la celebración de la Noche de Muertos, una festividad que nos honra a nuestros seres queridos que han partido. Durante esta noche, las calles se llenan de color, música y aroma que invitan a todos a participar de una experiencia única que celebra la vida y la memoria. Creemos que esta tradición podría ser un atractivo turístico fascinante para los visitantes de Santa Ana, fomentando un intercambio enriquecedor. Nos gustaría explorar la posibilidad de establecer una relación de hermandad entre nuestras ciudades, con el objetivo de detonar el turismo y crear un puente que conecte nuestra cultura. Juntos podríamos organizar eventos, ferias gastronómicas y actividades que resalten lo mejor de Quiroga y de Santa Ana, promoviendo y entendiendo el entendimiento y la amistad entre nuestros pueblos. Hoy estoy frente a ustedes con la única intención de poder hermandar, por supuesto, Santa Ana con Quiroga, Michoacán. Un saludo de mis quirogueses. Gracias.
Good evening, City Council members. The comment will be in Spanish because we have a mayor from a city in Mexico. and that would like to be heard. Hello, my name is Alma Gonzalez, and I'm the mayor from Quiroga, Michoacan, Mexico. And respecting your charges and your positions here, I'm here to speak on behalf of the beautiful city of Quiroga, Michoacan, Mexico. And I would like to share a little bit about our culture, our traditions, and more, and to present an invitation to connect our cities through sister city programs. And we have a beautiful city in Quiroga, Michoacan, Mexico, with mountains and lakes, beautiful people, and our main attractions are as well as the handicrafts, and especially the carnitas, which are known the world over. And we would like for Santa Ana to be an ambassador for our culinary exports, and we would like to propose several events from Quiroga, especially something that is known far and wide is the Day of the Dead, which honors our dearly departed. And it's a tradition and an event full of culture, music, and people, and the smells of life, celebrating life and memories. We would like to promote tourism and to connect our cities to bring this rich exchange and to establish a sistership with the city of Santa Ana so that we can promote tourism again, to bridge our cultures for our people, to create events that will promote both cities, to promote the friendship of our peoples. And so our intention is to become a sister city with the city of Santa Ana and the city of Quiroga, Michoacan. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Nadia Jaramillo. I am from Ward 2. I'm a senior at Santa Ana High School. I have been an activist for 3 years with organizations such as Latino Health Access, Santa Ana Active Streets, and the People's History of Orange County. Today, I have a question for Mayor Amezcua. Is it true that you plan to collaborate with ICE to deport residents of Santa Ana while knowing that Santa Ana is a sanctuary city and that you yourself come from Hispanic roots? I ask due to the recent editorial that has come out and is floating around social media. Knowing the partnership between you and the police force, I would like confirmation for myself, my peers, and my community that we are safe in the city we call home. Thank you.
The next three speakers, Claudia Morales, Maria Orozco, Ana Charco.
Hola, buenas tardes a todos, a todo el concilio, ¿verdad? Mi nombre es Claudia Morales, estoy aquí representando a mi Esperanza Unión de Inquilinos, ¿verdad? Que es una unión de vecinos. También represento a la Alianza 6 que tenemos y vivo en el Distrito 4. Me siento hoy ya parte de Santa Ana. Y hoy vengo porque he visto el miedo que hay, la campaña de miedo que se está metiendo en la gente. Verdaderamente trabajamos fuertemente el año pasado para que la gente estuviera empoderada, ¿verdad? Y hoy veo el miedo que están viviendo. Es muy triste, me han llamado compañeras de la Unión en crisis de pánico, pero sobre todo apoyo el punto 21 porque veo también los jóvenes, cómo tienen miedo de que deporten a sus padres, a sus familiares. Y también vi lo que publicó el alcalde de Huntington Beach, ¿verdad? Que quiere participar, que quiere colaborar y declarar no santuario Huntington Beach para que la policía pueda hacer su trabajo y detener a los criminales. Para mí es el mensaje de que nos está diciendo que somos criminales. Entonces, por eso hoy vengo a apoyar el punto número 21 de la agenda para decirles a las personas, ¿verdad?, que hablemos más de lo que es la ciudad santuario. Sinceramente, yo no sabía qué era la ciudad santuario, ni sé exactamente, pero me gustaba decirle a la gente, no te preocupes, estamos en una ciudad santuario, en un estado santuario. Y hoy que veo lo que es la ciudad santuario, dije, ay, casi no es nada, casi no apoya nada. Recuerdo en diciembre del año antepasado que vine aquí y que queríamos dar nuestra opinión pública. Se suscitó una situación la cual yo a veces les comento a las personas. Fue muy triste porque no pude dar mi opinión pública, ni yo ni las personas que veníamos, porque había muchos desalojos en ese tiempo. Dije, ¿cómo me voy a ir a festejar mis fiestas si están desalojando a mi gente? Le digo, ¿y sabes qué pasó en el concilio? Casi nos sacan a punta de pistola. No nos dejaron opinar, ni porque nosotros no hicimos revuelta. Le digo, entonces hoy quiero saber que esos policías que están ahí no van a trabajar con ICE, no van a seguir siendo unos déspotas, porque yo los considero que son trabajadores de la comunidad y que deberían de estar trabajando con nosotros. Y yo quería enseñarle a mi hijo que ellos son nuestros amigos, que ellos nos cuidan. Y hoy que se está metiendo todo ese miedo, verdaderamente hay un trauma para la siguiente generación. Ya teníamos la de la pandemia. Hoy esta, por favor, apelo a su humanidad para que puedan trabajar conscientemente con nosotros, migrantes. Gracias.
Good evening to all members of the City Council. My name is Claudia Morales, and I'm here representing Tenants United Santa Ana and SACE, a community organization. I am in District 4, and I'm proud to say that I'm part of Santa Ana. And I'm here to talk about this fear of the campaign of fear that has been going around. We worked very hard last year to empower our people, but now I see that this fear is coming up, and people have called me, my friends have called me called me in panic regarding what is happening. And so I'm here to support item number 21, because the youth, everybody, especially the youth, are fearful that their families and their friends are going to be deported. And even what I heard from or about the mayor of Huntington Beach, saying that he's going to work on an anti-sanctuary Huntington Beach, that they're going to be detaining and deporting criminals. So I'm here I'm hearing that he's calling us criminals. So I'm here to support item number 21, because I didn't know what a sanctuary city was. I didn't know, and but I just told people, it's okay, we're going to be okay. We're in a sanctuary city, we're in a sanctuary state. But now that I know more about what a sanctuary city is, I don't think it's that much. It doesn't provide a lot of support. And last year I was here to provide comments regarding the situation, and it was sad that I could not provide my comments because there were a lot of people suffering from evictions, and so I didn't feel good celebrating when people were going through that. And the city council almost kicked us out at gunpoint, so we were not able to provide our comments. And I see the police officers here. I just want to know and make sure that they are not working with ICE, that they're not going to be despots, that they are going to be working for the community. And I want to tell my son that these are our friends, that they care for us. So we have suffered through lots of trauma, first with the pandemic and now with this. So I want to know that you will be working with us immigrants. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Maria. I'm a fellow community member and a part of Ward 2. And alongside, I'm a fellow graduate of the University of California, Davis. And I'm here today to express my support for agenda number 21, to bring back sanctuary policy and adversary group, a policy written alongside the ordinance to facilitate trust and transparency between immigration residents in the city of Santa Ana. In January 2017, the City Council established a task force made up of community members to advise the City Council on policies and oversee a fund to show a strong commitment to support the immigrant community here in the city of Santa Ana. The adversary group has not met in quite a bit, and with all the uncertainty that has been around in our environment, it's crucial for the city of Santa Ana to affirm its support for immigrant community by reviving the Sanctuary Policy Advisory Group. This group can help build trust and transparency between the city of Santa Ana and its immigrant residents. I fully support Councilmember Lopez and request to advisory group to reconvene within 30 days to provide updates and recommendations and how to better protect residents. I look forward to the reimplementation of the sanctuary group, the sanctuary ordinance, and advise boards and its role to protecting immigrant rights. Thank you.
Next three speakers, Ana Charco, Mai Doe, and Carlo.
Hi all, good evening, Mayor Amezcua and honorable council members. My name is Ana Charco. I am here on behalf of Latino Health Access. We have witnessed firsthand the growing fear and uncertainty among immigrants communities due to the current political climate. LHA serves more than 12,500 individuals, primarily in the city of Santa Ana, in which 86.7% of them are foreign-born and disproportionately impacted by anti-immigration rhetoric and policy. Many families live with the constant worry of separation due to the increased immigration enforcement, while others are hesitant to access critical public benefits, fearing the repercussions under public charge rules. This climate of fear undermines the well-being of our community and the sense of belonging that every resident deserves here in this city. For this reason, we strongly support Councilmember Lopez's request under Agenda Item 21. Reinstating the Sanctuary Policy Advisory Group is essential to fostering trust and transparency between the city and its immigrant residents. This advisory group plays a critical role in upholding Santa Ana's sanctuary city designation and ensuring that immigrants' residents feel protected, valued, and supported. Furthermore, its impact extends beyond undocumented individuals. It also affects mixed immigration status families who are the heart and soul of Santa Ana's vibrant culture and community life. Santa Ana's status as a sanctuary city built on years of community-based struggles, fighting for the political, economic, and human rights of our communities. Therefore, we urge your City Council to prioritize and reinstate the Sanctuary Policy Advisory Group as a meaningful step toward reaffirming Santa Ana's commitment to its immigrant residents. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members. My name is Mai Nguyen Do. I'm here today as the Research and Policy Manager for the Harbor Institute for Immigrants and Economic Justice. As always, we're enthusiastic about any efforts to strengthen and build on Santa Ana's sanctuary policy, such as the effort outlined in Item 21. After all, years of extensive research and experience shows that sanctuary policies are necessary for any jurisdiction serious about decreasing crime, protecting survivors, and promoting public safety. That being said, we're here today to simply bring to your attention an issue that should be considered in the course of addressing Agenda Item 21. In short, we don't recommend attaching Santa Ana's Immigration Legal Defense Fund to the Sanctuary Policy Advisory Group. These two matters should be addressed separately. The fund has historically suffered gaps in outreach and services that remain unaddressed, particularly in relation to the city's Southeast Asian refugee community members. This issue has been documented by many, including reporters with the Los Angeles Times. So seeing as the fund's current provider was the only bidder for the next fund contract, the fund should first be restructured to increase the scope of services and expand outreach to communities not currently serviced before advancing any process that would result in granting the current provider the contract again. Our concerns with the Immigration Legal Defense Fund translate into suggestions regarding the proposed reconvening of and updates to the Sanctuary Policy Advisory Group. We hope that the advisory group will reflect the diversity of communities impacted by the threat of deportation, including the local Vietnamese community, which remains extremely disproportionately unprotected under state law from ICE transfers. For example, last year, 90% of the community members in custody of the Sheriff's Department who were born in Vietnam were unprotected from being transferred to ICE, compared to about 60% for other community members born in other countries. And so we're optimistic that in working to ensure sanctuary is upheld for everyone in Santa Ana, the council will ensure the advisory group is representative of a diverse array of backgrounds and perspectives. Everyone deserves sanctuary, because the more inclusive the sanctuary law, the stronger the sanctuary law, the safer the city. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Carlo, and today I want to speak to you about something that I consider myself an expertise on. I'm currently a doctoral candidate at UC Irvine, specifically focusing on local jurisdictional policies with the specifics on hazard mitigation and also sanctuary policies. And I want to speak to you about this because sanctuary, something that I heard earlier today is that sanctuary, it can mean many different things. People were asking us, what does it mean? What does it actually mean? Is it a symbolic gesture or not? What I've studied for in the past several years is that sanctuary is a very symbolic thing that a lot of cities just put out there and don't really follow up with what it means to protect the undocumented immigrants and beyond and of the entire people in the city. And so with item agenda 21, you have an opportunity to not only question what sanctuary really means, but also to expand its meaning. How do we protect undocumented immigrants, not only in front of ICE, but also how to protect them on everyday acquaintances through their everyday lives, but also when they're experiencing things at work, at home, and different other subjects. I think this advisory council is very important, not only because you're able to talk to community members about what this means, but also because you have the ability to put stakeholders on there that know what it's like, and also to be face-to-face with ICE agents in that experience. I myself know what it's like to be face-to-face with ICE agents and fearing for what might come to the future. And so I ask you to please support agenda item 21, but also make sure that it has the people's voice in it, and to make sure you hear their concerns and to hear every single experience they've gone to make sure that undocumented immigrants in Santa Ana are protected. Thank you.
The next speakers, Kayla Asato and Roberto Herrera. Kayla?
Okay. Hello, my name is Kayla Asato, and I'm the Political Director of Orange County Environmental Justice. I'm here in enthusiastic support of Agenda Item 21. Orange County Environmental Justice has played a large role in helping to shape environmental justice policies across the city of Santa Ana. We've done this by talking to residents, identifying what issues they care about, taking concerns, and shaping it into policy. We've seen through our work across Santa Ana and the entirety of Orange County that the ones most impacted by environmental justice concerns are immigrants. The neighborhoods across Santa Ana impacted by high concentrations of soil lead are immigrant constituents and communities, including the ones that council members Penaloza and Becerra have voted against for years. The neighborhoods affected by poor air and water quality are largely immigrant communities, including the ones that Councilmember Penaloza fails to represent. Santa Ana is a sanctuary city because we have a large immigrant population being sacrificed by career politicians like Mayor Amezcua. I'm a proud former resident of Ward 3, an employee in Ward 5, and co-worker of incredible organizers in Wards 2 and 4. We need to fight for immigrants and residents of this beautiful city, and that starts by supporting Agenda Item 21 and bringing back the Sanctuary Policy Advisory Group. Thank you.
Hi, Mayor and City Council. My name is Roberto. I come before you today as a Santa Ana resident, employee of Resilience Orange County, and a volunteer with the OC Rapid Response Network. It was important for me to show up today to support Councilmember Lopez's item 21, and believe it is necessary for the city of Santa Ana to reaffirm its stance as a sanctuary city, especially with so much uncertainty in the community. Most people won't know, but I was a founding member of and an active member of the Sanctuary Policy Advisory Group. I was there in 2016 when we advocated for the sanctuary ordinance, when the Sanctuary Policy Advisory Group had its first meeting, and I was also there when we had to sunset the advisory group. I hold a lot of knowledge about what we've worked on, our bylaws, the data that we collected, and the recommendations that we prepared. As you consider re-implementing the sanctuary ordinance, I can lend my support to the city and city manager in guiding what once was to become what is needed now. To be clear, our city sanctuary status is already an ordinance. What we're asking you to do here tonight is to enforce it. We're asking you to calm the fear and to protect the immigrant community. Send a strong message to the community that Santana is for everyone. Thank you.
Mayor and City Council, that concludes the in-person speakers. Additionally, there are no speakers on Zoom who were in the queue when comments commenced.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, let's get into the consent calendar items at this time. Consent calendar items 4 through 17 are before us. Council members, announce any items that you're abstaining from or that you'd like to pull. Councilmember Fan, are there any items you'd be abstaining from or pulling, please? I'm sorry? Councilman Becerra.
I'd like to pull items 9 and 12.
Thank you. Councilman Hernandez.
None, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Penalosa.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to pull item 11.
Councilmember Lopez.
I will not be pulling any items, but I do have a comment for item 8.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I have no items to pull, thank you.
Great, thank you. Is there a motion to approve the remainder of the calendar, of the consent calendar, please?
So moved.
Second.
I think Councilman Penalosa and Becerra, we got that. Madam Clerk.
Yes, I have a motion by Councilmember Peñalosa, seconded by Councilmember Becerra
Let's prepare to vote.
approve consent calendar items number 4 through 17, with the exceptions of items number 9, 11, and 12, pulled for separate discussion and consideration.
Perfect. Let's prepare to vote at this time.
Vote is 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
Thank you. Now for the appointments to the various boards and commissions. If you're here, Madam Clerk, you need to bring them up.
Yes, thank you. We do have 2 commissioners present, Bao Pham and Tracy Law. If you could please come join me in the front.
Get 'em.
I, Tracy Law, do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California. I take this obligation freely. I'm ending mental reservation, sorry, or purpose of evasion. And I will well and faithfully discharge these upon which I'm about to enter. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, the first item from the consent calendar is item 8 for a comment by Councilmember Lopez.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I just wanted to thank you and the Office of the City Clerks and the Office of the City Manager This is something that our office brought forth in early 2022, and it's been a couple years since then, since our request for more transparency and accountability. And, like with the Japanese tea house, we're seeing some of the items that have been discussed in previous years come back and be finalized. And so I really want to thank you, and I appreciate your work. And so I wanted to thank the clerk and her staff for moving this forward, because this was, and it continues to be really important.
Mayor, the next item is item number 9, pulled by Councilmember Becerra.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This item is the CEQA determination for Fairview Street improvements from 17th Street to Trask. Mr. City Manager, I believe probably Director Saba might be the best person to answer my questions. So the city plans, I believe from what I read in the staff report, that the city plans to acquire 4 properties, 2 on Huckleberry Road and 2 on Strawberry Lane on the west side of Fairview. So has the city made any offers to purchase those properties at this point?
No.
And what is the intention, I guess, with that? In other words, are we looking for a partial acquisition similar to what we did at Bristol and Memory? Or are we looking at full property acquisition for those 4 houses?
The objective of this particular item is to adopt the CEQA determination to allow us to apply for right-of-way funding so we could acquire
I'm sorry, could you
these
speak into the
properties,
mic, please?
So we could acquire the properties. So our intention is to do a full acquisition of 4 properties right now.
So the answer then is you would be acquiring the full property. So it wouldn't be just a partial, it'd be full.
That's correct.
So then if you acquire it, and again, I'm not an engineer, but just looking at kind of where I would imagine the right-of-way ending, the public right-of-way ending. So in that case, we would have some remnant properties. Has there been any thought given as to what would happen to those properties?
It would be very similar to what we've done with other projects. Those remnant portions of the parcels will be either offered to the next door property owner to acquire, or if that's not successful, we can leave them as open space for the city.
Okay, perfect. And then 2 other questions. So the CEQA document that was in the staff report states that there'd be that the project will add a 6-foot dedicated bike lane with no buffer. My question is, why no buffer?
It's the width of right-of-way that we have allocated right now within the limits of from curb to curb existing for the existing in Fairview itself. So we are taking some properties to widen Fairview. However, the entire street will not allow for more than 6 feet on each side unprotected bike lane.
And there's no way to shrink the median in order to accommodate a protected bike lane?
We can take a look at that, Council Member. The design is not complete. We are 90% designed, so we could take a closer look at that and see if we could provide the protected bike lane in this case, but we have to really look at it.
Okay, and then my final question is, for this project at Fairview and Westminster, this is constantly being ranked as one of the most dangerous intersections in Orange County, not just Santa Ana, but Orange County. So share with me and share with everybody, with this project, what sort of improvements will happen at that intersection?
Yeah, we do plan to implement recommendations in that intersection that is included in the latest Santa Ana Vision Zero plan.
Okay.
So we would be looking at that intersection. We would be looking at the recommendation that the Vision Zero plan has, and we be implementing those measures in that intersection.
And what are those measures?
We have, right now, we have plans to look at, give me a second if you don't mind, truck aprons, hardened center lines, dual wheel, wheelchair ramps. Those are the initial, what we have in the Vision Zero recommendations, but we would look at more.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch the first 2. All I caught was wheelchair ramps, so we can get folks quickly going into the intersection, which is probably not what we want to do, but what are the two other items that you were listing from the plan?
I have listed here truck aprons and hardened center lines.
What is a truck apron?
I can refer to my city engineer on those.
Wonderful.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Truck aprons are concrete pads around the ADA ramps to ensure that trucks don't make a too hard of a turn and kind of go over the ramps. The other important elements are high visibility crosswalks. So that's another measure of the Vision Zero plan that's going to go into these improvements. So while the intersection won't be receiving as part of this project, major improvements, there are a lot of small Vision Zero type elements like high visibility crosswalks that will improve the safety of the intersection.
Well, and I appreciate that. I grew up not too far from that intersection. So again, seeing it in various publications ranked as one of the more dangerous intersections, any improvements would be welcomed, I think, for everybody over there. I'll go ahead and move the item, but what I'd like to do, and maybe if I can get guidance.
I have a comment before you move, if you don't mind.
Well, let me throw the motion out there and then, as you'd say, or else I'll forget. I would like to go ahead and throw a motion out there that we would move this item, but I want to make it possible for our Executive Director of Public Works to be able to explore a protected bike lane in that segment of Fairview from 17th to Trask. So whatever that needs to be in that document, again, understanding that this is just to provide flexibility for you at this point. So that's my motion.
I'll second the motion, but I have a question. So when you're talking protected bike lanes, Councilman Becerra, we're not talking those red ball bells we have on Main Street that are awful.
No.
So explain to the community what you're going to do for the protected bike lanes.
Protected bike lane is Class 4 protected bike lane is similar to what we have on Bristol Street, where you have a buffer between the bike lane itself and the flow of traffic. It could be concrete, mostly concrete with planters if there is a potential or there is enough room for us to do some planting. Otherwise, it would be concrete berm to prevent cars from, crossing the bike lane itself.
So like on Bristol, there'll be concrete and Mr. City Manager will make them look attractive. So when people come into our city, they just don't see concrete and dirt. Similar, like Main Street, those red bumps out that are absolutely, in my opinion, I know they're supposed to slow traffic down, but everybody hits them. I've almost hit them myself. So we're not putting those in. I just want to be really clear.
No, that's not how you describe it.
Okay, all right, thank you. I second it, and let's prepare to vote if there's no other comments. Councilman Hernandez?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a quick comment. Thank you, Director Nabil, and for being transparent as well as to what we potentially would look at is 4 homes. I hope that in the pursuit of expanding these streets that we are working with the homeowners in advance. We're being transparent with our communication and we're assisting them. Is there going to be assistance with relocation?
Absolutely.
Okay, good. In addition to that, I am also supportive of protected bike lanes similar to what we have on Bristol Street, given that the intersection of 17th and Fairview is a intersection where we've had pedestrians be hit by vehicles and tragically lose their life. And especially people who are using bikes to come from the riverbed, whether it be from Articia Pilar on King Street or coming from Fairview towards Civic Center, it's important that we're protecting and offering the most safety that we can for residents who are using bikes. And so I just wanted to make sure that I was communicative, that is a priority to my office as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lopez?
Thank you. So I don't have an issue with protected bike lanes. I don't have an issue with traffic diverging. Strategies, I think in fact we've taken some of those strategies from the framework of the Vision Zero plan and implemented them in certain neighborhoods in the city, which people have been very receptive to. However, I do have concerns about this item, specifically because I guess, when I think about acquiring property and trying to buy people out of their homes during a housing crisis, that obviously automatically raises a flag for me, number one. Number two, the issue of a design not being finalized is also another problem for me. And I think we've addressed this, right, where ultimately I don't know what I'm really approving if I don't have a final design in front of me, something that I can take to those families on Strawberry Lane, off of Trask, and share with them too, because we all did a walkthrough in this section not too long ago with PD, with staff, Public Works, and I shared with all of you the multitude issues that we experience in that intersection because of high traffic levels, because of the speeding, but also a lot of residents, a lot of families in that area absolutely hate the traffic that comes out of the school. And so extending this, making it wider, is not necessarily going to address that because, as I've shared with all of you, the chokehold that exists currently there is not being addressed by the preliminary design that we all discussed. And so that is also another issue for me. Additionally, I don't think that we should moving forward, be planning to buy people out of their homes and say, well, maybe I'm going to leave them as vacant lots. That's not appealing to me. That is not using our best, creative abilities to me, because look at Bristol, right? How many families did we not buy out of their homes and still have vacant lots? And so that is not adding to the solutions that we currently have in my district and in the city and really regionally. And so I really don't know if the families have been spoken to, if we've had community meetings with the surrounding neighborhoods to present this plan to them, to ask them, what is it that you think? Do you have any objections? Do you have any feedback for us? And so again, I'm not supportive of using the Vision Zero framework. In fact, we talked about Vision Zero from this position for many years now. I'm supportive of the funding, of enacting it, of taking from the framework. But for me right now, this is not an item that I'm going to be helping to move forward. So thank you.
Are there any other comments? Councilor Becerra?
I actually appreciate Councilmember Lopez's comments. I raised these concerns before that some of these documents that come to us, they sound like they're going to do something for the community, and they are. They're going to help us bring in funds from whether it's state agencies, county agencies, so that we can build this infrastructure. But there's a lot of areas in the city where I think we do really need to take a deeper look at slowing down traffic. Not bring it to a halt, but especially in that area where what we're talking about here, Fairview between 17th and Trask. You have multiple schools in that area. Again, I speak from experience having grown up in that area. I know there's a lot of pedestrian traffic, especially during the school peak periods. And so the fact that 17th and Fairview is a dangerous intersection is troubling. So I'm going to support the item tonight. I think in regards to the issue about the acquisition of the properties and what you're going to do with them, I appreciate that you may be looking at trying to take what isn't used for the project and trying to enhance the open space for the residents that are there, because those are old homes. I mean, you go back, that track was probably developed, I'm guessing, 30s, 40s, somewhere like that. They're smaller lots, they're not standard lots. And if I was the neighboring homeowner and you said, I'm going to give you an extra couple of 100 square feet for my kids to be able to run around in a yard, I think that's a wonderful thing for at least those families. But I do appreciate the concerns being expressed up here about those folks that are going to be potentially relocated, but they are going to be compensated. Is that correct?
Yes, absolutely.
So they're not just going to be kicked out of their homes, they will be compensated. I just want to make sure that everybody understands we're not kicking people out of homes. This is basically saying, hey, we're doing this for an overall city project that's meant to benefit the city as a whole, but we're not just displacing people arbitrarily. We're going to be compensating them for their properties.
Absolutely.
Perfect. With
So
that,
the last
thank you.
comment I have is that Councilman Becerra really wanted to make it clear that we're purchasing the homes and we're compensating them, but at market value, correct?
Yes.
So it's not below market value. We're not saying, here's a check for $500,000. It's market value.
Absolutely.
Okay. And so Councilmember Lopez brought up a school. I'm assuming she was talking about Samuel. I don't want to assume that, but I would hope that that's what she's talking about. Mr. City Manager, I believe we spoke about Samuel as well. I don't think, Nabil, we had that conversation. Yes, we did have that conversation, actually, I believe. We talked about the traffic, because I know the residents in that area had asked for a traffic light or some sort of ability to control the flow of traffic. I didn't give any direction, because I can't do that without 4 votes. However, the response from the city was that it costs a lot of money, and we'd have to do a study. And so I would like a study, and I hope that up here I would get the support for a study in that area, especially in front of Samueli, because I have been there on numerous occasions, and the traffic is terrible there. And so if we're going to be working in that area, we might as well kill 2 birds with 1 stone and address that as well.
Will do.
And I'm not giving you the direction on how to exactly do it, because you are the experts, and you're going to bring it back to us to show this is what your study found. So Councilman Becerra, if I can just add to your motion that he would also bring back to us not only the information from this item, but also what the study finds from Samueli as far as traffic. And make that amendment. No other comments? Let's prepare to vote. Oh, I'm sorry. You have to, I don't see you here. Sorry. Can you raise your thing so I know?
Yeah, it's as requested in gray. And so anyway.
I'm sorry, you requested, but it's not showing up is what I'm trying to tell you. So just so you know, so put up your mic, and that way I can call on you.
That's up.
Thank you. Go ahead, Jennifer.
So I really appreciate the council members' comments, because I think we all agree that when we're having
That was
areas
from
of the
before.
city that are highly traffically impacted pedestrian via vehicle, it's important for us, and we've had these conversations for many years now. How do we best address them, right? Not just how do you throw something on the wall to see what sticks, but how do you best thoroughly think about the solutions that you're asking me to essentially support you with? And so again, and this is really the issue for me in terms of how I approach my work from this position. Understanding that there's everybody here is saying it, a massive traffic issue, right? And the plans that I've seen are not addressing that specific issue, because it does not address the chokehold that currently exists off of 17th Street heading north towards Trask. And so again, I think for me, when we're thinking about these items, what is the best way to address the current issue that exists on that very high traffic street? Is this, to me, the best idea? I think aspects of it, yes. As a whole, am I going to be supporting it? No, because I do not believe that what I've seen so far, what I know so far of what is being presented, is going to address the actual issue that I hear from my constituents, that you heard from our constituents in that area, and the issue that they want truly resolved. And so I say that with all due respect to you, city manager, to our public works staff, because I do respect all of the work that you do. I respect all of the work that Public Works does in all aspects of our lives. But again, I just wanted to provide more clarity, because that's really the issue that I'm having with this item. So thank you.
I don't see any other, do you want to speak?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. No, I just want to also thank Councilmember Lopez. I'm going to be supporting her in voting against this item due to the fact that because of the design phase is not complete, and that's something that we see often with hundreds of projects, Director Saba, that these design phases are endless, and they go in years and years and years into not being completed. And then we're going to be here 10 years, well, I won't be here, none of us, hopefully nobody's here 12 years from now. But 12 years from now, I could see this project still before the council at the time. $10 million in the hole in design fees and payments, and nothing to show for it. So I thank you, Councilmember Lopez, for those comments. I will be voting no.
Councilman Becerra?
I just have one question. I think my colleagues are bringing up something very important, which is we're considering a CEQA determination. And you had mentioned, Director Saba, that the design is at 90%? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So I'm going to look to who I think is probably our CEQA expert, Director Tai, ACM Tai. ACM tie. So when it comes to CEQA, do we need to have a design that's complete before we can approve the CEQA?
The short answer is yes. You generally require a full project description that describes the scope of the work. Obviously, the detail remains, but the idea of CEQA is that you study the full impact of a project.
So let me ask Director Saba, because I having these concerns, which I wish I wasn't having in a meeting like this. So would it be possible to bring this item back in 2 weeks or a month? And would that jeopardize your application?
I don't believe so. We'll need to look at the timing, but there is an application process that we need to follow with OCTA to apply for the right-of-way acquisition. But we do have a 90% design for the project. To have a CEQA document prepared and categorical exemption be adopted, you have to have a project, and we have a project. We have a 90% design. We did walk the location with Councilmember Lopez and others, and in the area where we're acquiring those 4 properties, there is no sidewalk right now.
Right.
And it's a chokehold where it's going south on Fairview,
Right.
it goes from 3 to 2,
Right.
and that was one of the major issues that we've had when we were in the field, in addition to other things that we were addressing as studying the traffic issues within the neighborhood itself. So we were there, we looked at it, and we implemented some measures. But this is a project that will enhance that fare through the street itself, but also it does address pedestrian, because right now there is no sidewalk.
And I appreciate that, Director Saba. My concern, though, is what I just heard from ACM Thai, which is that we would need to have a full design ready to go for CEQA. Again, that's what I heard. Tell me if I'm wrong.
What you need is the full scope of the project. So there are oftentimes design are still left in place. I think the project description here, when you look at it, is that it's the ultimate right-of-way width, it's the improvements to the street. So I don't know if all of that information is in the CEQA, but I would imagine that would be the scope of a project. So the ultimate design can be left up to the end in terms of, specifications, but in terms of scope, it should be fully described right at the front.
And that makes sense, because if we approve a development, we approve it with a conceptual design. We don't approve it with building plans. We don't approve it with engineering, final engineering, right? We do, a tentative before we get to a final map, right? We have to go through that. I think there was just a little bit of miscommunication coming out of you guys, because it sounded like we needed something a little more thorough, but I guess the scope, and I'll go back to what I made my original motion, obviously accepting the mayor's items as well, but the fact that I wanted to add to the scope that flexibility to have that Class 4 bike lane as part of the project. So as it goes to OCTA, assuming that the funding could become available at some point for that enhancement. So I hope that for my colleagues that, I guess, helps with some of the concerns that we don't really need to get all the way to the end with design. I think we're mostly there, unless there's another concern with the project, which is fair. I understand that, but I'll be supporting the project as is, so thank you.
Councilmember Fan?
Thank you, Mayor. I think your final questions really clarified some of it. So just for everyone out there, I just want some clarification, right? We're looking for a notice of exemption. There is, in fact, a full project. The scope is clear. We know what environmental review was done, and here's a notice of exemption, a category exemption. So for everyone out there who thinks we don't have a project, we have a project. It's just we haven't talked about, the color of the concrete, or we're talking about the, which part of the curb will be painted red and which will be loading zone, or what will, we haven't talked about the exact, the bike lanes. There are always going to be some parts of the design that is going to be left toward the end that it'll be determined. So I think maybe it's the use of the language, the project design versus project scope for purposes of CEQA and what we're trying to do here. So I just want to make that clear for everyone. We have a project and that we need the CEQA determination in order to accept the funding that we need to complete this project.
To
correct?
apply, I'm sorry.
To apply, so even
Yes.
to apply. So to me, we're constantly talking about the lack of funding for infrastructure projects. We're talking about the lack of funding that's coming from the state and federal government. We're talking about the Santa Ana need for money to do the improvements that are going to improve residents' lives. And here, we're looking to get money from OCTA, the very agency that has failed to necessarily step up in times of need. And here we are. We think that they can step up. And so I think that it's important for us to go out there, apply wherever we can, get whatever free money we can, and make those improvements for our residents. And as we see, other issues crop up, we're going to be responsive to that. We're going to hold Public Works responsible for being responsive to the issues of traffic, the issues of congestion, the issues of bike lanes, and to make sure that residents are able to use this new and improved Fairview in a way that we envision. So with that, I'm definitely going to support this item. I really want to see us continue to make public improvements in the city and really put our money where our residents expect it. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other speakers here, so let's prepare to vote. Madam City Clerk?
Yes, Mayor and Council, we have a motion by Councilmember Becerra, seconded by Mayor Amezcua, to approve the recommended action for item number 9 related to the CEQA determination for Fairview Street Improvements Project from 17th to Trask, as with direction to explore protected bike lanes and study traffic around the Samueli Academy.
Let's vote, please.
Vote is 4 ayes, 3 nays. Nays by Council Members Hernandez, Lopez, and Peñalosa. Motion carries.
Thank you.
The next item is item number 11, pulled by Councilmember Peñalosa.
Thank you, Mayor and Madam City Clerk. Item 11 was pulled. It's the First Amendment to agreement with Focus Media Group for the placing of advertisements and maintenance of our bus shelters. I pulled this item because I have a couple questions on just to clarify some things. And Mr. City Manager, did you want me to direct my questions to you, or?
City Director of Public Works is the one that oversees this project, so he can answer more specifically.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. So the first, Director Saba, thank you for having this item before us.
You're welcome.
The question that I have is that and some concerns, I guess, along with the questions, that the original agreement was approved in January of 2022, right? So my question is, why did it take 3 years to identify that the restrictions were overly vague and not workable with the contractor?
We ran into a request through our Focus Media, a provider, the maintenance company that does the advertisement to us. They were approached to advertise for something that it was kind of, we didn't know too much about it. So we reached out to our city attorney's office for consultation, and we were too restrictive in our allowed advertisement or restriction in the contract, so we needed to go back and revise those restrictions to comply with the free speech provisions.
Right, I understand that, and I understand why this is before us, but why did that take 3 years, is what I'm asking.
It was triggered by someone actually asking us that, hey, why can't we do this? And we told them no. According to the existing agreement, at that point, we went to our attorney's office and we figured that, or we just discovered that our restriction is too restrictive and we needed to revise it. So does that explain it?
Yes, it's explaining why you're making amendments, but why did it take 3 years? That's the question that I can't seem to get an answer to.
I know Sonia may chime in.
So this was initiated by a complaint that we received, so the contract went into effect and it was operating, and then a specific advertisement issue came up, which was years after it was put into play, and we were responding to a threat of litigation, a letter that was sent to us. So that letter didn't come in until several years after the agreement was at play. So that was the reason why this happened. We felt when the agreement was first put together, I think that we wanted to control very strictly and tightly messaging that would be under the agreement. And I think what happened is it turned out that based on this letter, we'd gone a little too far. And so we were responding to the letter and doing the right thing.
And thank you for that clarifying information, Madam City Attorney. So, and the reason why I asked that question is because I see some kind of timeline here. These bus shelters were put in over 3 years ago, and we went into this agreement. And for the last 3 years, for anyone that's driving around the city of Santa Ana, there were tulips that were put as placeholders with a phone number for someone to call and advertise.
Right.
About 2-3 months ago, I brought it up to the city manager and yourself at a public council meeting. Why are those tulips still there? And they're discolored. And the reason why we went with this agreement in the first place was because of our need to generate revenue for the city. Generate revenue to fill our coffers that aren't an additional tax on our residents. So how do we do that? With advertisements, private advertisements on our public infrastructure. You said something, Nabil, that you said this was a new venture for us. We weren't sure what we were doing. But the problem with that is that we've had bus shelter advertisements for decades in the city. And drive anywhere else in the country, there are bus shelters with advertisements, whether that's fast food, whether that's electronics, coffee, whatever it is, movies, they're advertised. And their cities are generating revenue. So I feel like that comment that I made and those questions that I posed a couple months ago is what triggered somebody from Public Works to say, hey, why can't we find advertisers for these bus shelters? And then it triggered somebody to look into the contract and look into our provider who we entered into agreement with. And this is concerning because I keep questioning if there's any contract oversight in our Public Works Department, because this isn't the first time this happens with contractors. So who's overseeing these contracts?
Public Works Agency, my staff is overseeing the contract. Just back up a little bit about this particular contract. There is many advertising panels in the city, maybe a little bit too much. However, it is the responsibility of Focus Media Group, which is our contractor, to fill and sell the advertisements of these panels. So it's on them to sell these. Whatever revenue they get pays for the maintenance. They don't pay us for the advertisement. The revenue for the advertisement goes to them to pay for the service that they provide in terms of cleaning and the maintenance of the bus stops and the shelters.
Right.
The city does not directly have a revenue stream from selling the advertisement. If they don't sell advertisement, then it's on them. They lose. But after you mentioned that, we contacted Focus Media Group, and I promise you, right now, you see less and less of these tulips right now. If you drive around, you will see a lot less of them. But again, it's a marketing issue. It's where the location of the panel is and whether they're able to sell that panel or not.
So when I said that it's revenue that comes in, it's something that we don't have to pay for. If someone else is maintaining and power washing these bus shelters, guess what? We don't have to do it. And Lord knows that our bus shelters need power washing every morning. But the question here is the fact that it took 3 years for us to say, whether it was the contractor or whether it was our staff in here to say, hey, the reason why we can't advertise is because the language is too restrictive, that's troubling. And it just makes me question the city's ability to proactively manage agreements of this kind. Something that wouldn't be so difficult in the grand scheme of things when you look at all the municipal contracts that we have. But when it's 3 years later, it's like I'm either going to question the contractor's ability to do advertising, or I'm going to question our city staff. So which one is it? Was it failure of the contractor to notify us? Because if it is, this should be an RFP before us to look for another media group that could advertise. So is it the contractor or is it city staff that wasn't able to tie in a timely manner?
I think the sale of the panels for advertisement is on the contractor to do. It's their responsibility to sell the advertisement.
But if in 3 years we saw that no advertisements were going up, did anyone question that?
It's hard to say that the language in the contract
If I may, Councilmember.
was a result.
Excuse me.
Go ahead, Mr. City Manager.
If I may, and the question is understood, the message is received. So we are, in essence, being very assertive in the way we provide not just staff reports, as we're indicating just moments ago, finishing something that was approved 3 years ago. And thank you to Jennifer and us working together, and again with the City Attorney's Office. So that is the focus for us, right? So we understand that for us, we're trying to do better in making sure that if we have contracts with contractors, that they're fulfilling their responsibility. To that extent, we'll see probably in the upcoming months aspects of that where you probably get approval from the RSPs or cancellation of contracts for not fulfilling the obligation. Message received and understood.
Okay.
Thank
So thank you for that. I will, I guess, just implore our staff that we stay on top of these agreements, because you look at and first of all, the staff report didn't exactly, or the exhibit, the contract didn't really clarify what changes were made from the previous contract to the one that's before us now. That is nowhere to be found in the agenda. Not sure why, or maybe we could not only oversee these agreements more closely, but add more information to the staff report so that we know what language was in that other contract that we're changing, because I can't tell you what the change is. I had to go back, 3 years and look at that contract and see where they differed. So those are my comments, Mr. City Manager. I just hope that we really stay on top of these agreements. And if we go 3, 4, 5 years without seeing any action, hey, guess what? We got to cancel that agreement and move on to someone else that could do the job. Thank
Hopefully,
you.
we don't wait 3 or 4 years. It's quicker than that.
Well, it's a pattern, so.
Yeah,
Well, we'll get out of that pattern.
We're
right,
not
Mr.
moving on those
Supervisor?
old patterns, I'll say it that way.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilmember Fan?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much, Director Saba. I know that sometimes with these agreements, you don't know it's a problem until it's a problem. And I'm really glad that when someone raised the issue, our staff took the initiative to fix it, to amend the agreement, and we continue to make some money with these advertising at the bus shelters. So thank you for bringing it forward. I look forward to seeing additional advertisements throughout the city. Thank you.
Is there a motion?
Yeah, I'll move the item.
I'll second. Let's prepare to vote.
Motion by Councilmember Lopez, seconded by Mayor Amezcua, to approve the recommended action for item number 11, approving a First Amendment to agreement with Focus Media Group, Inc. for placing of advertisement and maintenance of bus shelters.
I'm sorry, I'm laughing because I can't understand you, but I'm sure you said everything you're supposed to. I know, right?
Vote is 6 ayes, no nays, with a temporary absence by Councilmember Hernandez. Motion carries. And the next item, Mayor, is item number 12, pulled by Councilmember Becerra.
Councilmember Sarah, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So this is the First Amendment to the agreement with Outfront Media for the provision of digital billboards and digital banners on city-owned properties. So essentially, this amendment is just modifying the termination clause to extend the time period from 3 to 5 years. So in looking at the staff report, it was woefully deficient when it came to justification. So sell me on it. Why? Why do we want to go from 3 to 5 years? And as you're walking up, Director Saba, I understand that Caltrans is not the easiest agency to work with. In fact, I think you and I have had a discussion where I've shared with you in other projects that I've worked on where anything sometimes one can do to work around Caltrans is preferable. But having said that, I just want to understand, because Caltrans, there isn't total predictability here. And so if you're coming to us to amend an agreement, And I didn't see anything in the staff report that said, based on assurances from Caltrans, based on something, right? So in other words, I need to feel comfortable and confident that 2 more years is actually enough time when it comes to Caltrans. So sell me on this.
Yeah, thank you, Council Member. The request here came from Outfront. We've been working with Outfront, which is the digital billboard vendor that we've been working with on getting the one location approved by Caltrans. We needed to go through a CEQA process for us to be able to comply with Caltrans requirement and permitting. In the same time, we're working with our own agency to figure out the location of the proper location for the digital billboard itself. Outfront asked for 2 more years, and we feel that we have done progress with them in terms of permitting and getting the application correct to go to Caltrans for permitting. We have high confidence in Outfront to be able to permit that location and construct it. And we talking to Outfront, they feel that within 2 years, the digital billboard should be built.
You're an engineer. You're not allowed to feel. You're an engineer. You're supposed to be telling me hard line numbers. And so I guess,
the timing is the application and the process. But then there is back and forth with the application of the Caltrans. So we feel, again, we're confident that within 2 years we'll be able to build it. So
I'm just frustrated because there's not a real concrete sense of assurance here. In other words, 2 years. Right. It's just it's a feeling. And I would hope that, and I'm looking at our city manager, 2 years just 'cause. I mean, that's not good enough. I mean, I think our staff's better than that, and I think that we should be able to say in a staff report, we've either had some assurances with a certain person at Caltrans, a certain, Caltrans district was 712, we've talked to so-and-so, we are good to go. We've talked to our state legislators. I think Avelino Valencia and Tom Mumberg have been amazing for this city. They have answered our calls whenever we've needed them, and I didn't see their names in this staff report. So I'm just concerned that a feeling from an engineer, again, I appreciate my engineers, but a feeling is not what I'm looking at my engineers for. I'm looking for hard line data. I want the assurance that when you say 2 years, it's because you've been able to get some sort of assurance from somebody, another engineer perhaps, at Caltrans, that could say, yes, we will process that application in that amount of time. So that's that. The other thing I want to bring up, and it's kind of more tangential to this, and that is when we talk about our city-owned properties and digital billboards, I would like to ask our city manager and Director Saba if we could talk to Outfront, since we're already working with them, to look at our parking structures in downtown as potential sites for some sort of digital billboards. I think, you've got folks going down 5th Street in the afternoons heading towards the 5 freeway. So many folks coming from the Capitol, the county seat, they're leaving the governmental buildings, they're heading to the freeway. There's got to be some sites, especially where 5th and Main, 5th and Bush, where you've got some potential opportunities on city-owned parking structures. I know when this item first came to us, we were looking at sites, city-owned sites, and the idea is that Outfront would build something on what is essentially vacant land on most of these. But I would just like us to also look at those parking structures, because a blank wall isn't generating us money, but potentially a digital billboard with the right contract could. So I'd like to ask staff to look into that.
So, yes, we can do that. But more to your first point regarding the 2 years. So, and as you can see in recent times, especially the last 6 months, you have seen us being more in communication both with our communications and contact with the state and the federal government. And you have seen us meet more with the state senator's office and Assemblyman Avelino Valencia. So for us, when we say 2 years, as we come into this new helm in the leadership, as Sonia likes to say, the burden of the job, we are confident that we can accomplish it within the next 2 years.
Okay. Well, I would just say going forward, show a little more homework in the staff report.
Understood.
I don't want to have this conversation up here. I want to be able to, if somebody asks me, I want to be able to say to them, go read the staff report before you ask me that question. But right now, I have to ask those questions because it's not in those staff reports.
Understood. Thank you.
So with that, I'll go ahead and move the item.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Let's prepare to vote.
A motion by Councilmember Becerra, seconded by Councilmember Lopez to approve the recommended action for item number 12, First Amendment to Agreement with Outfront Media LLC. Councilmember Peñalosa.
Councilman Peñalosa, did you vote? These are not working properly.
Yes.
Thank you. Vote is 6 ayes, no nays, with the absence by Councilmember Hernandez. Motion carries.
Thank you. At this time, that's the end of the consent calendar. If the council up here would allow me, I'd like to move council member requested items, item number 21 up before we go to the business calendar, only because I believe there might be students here who need to go home for school tomorrow, unless there are no more students here. Does that work for everybody? Okay, so let's go to item number 21. Councilmember Lopez, please.
Yes, thank you. So I want to start off by providing everybody in this chamber, everybody watching tonight, a little bit of context, because we've received many questions that tell me clearly that, and totally organically, right, because people come from different spaces and different levels of knowledge and involvement. So in 2017, the Santa Ana City Council adopted ordinance number NS-2908, formally declaring Santa Ana a sanctuary for all residents regardless of immigration status. This ordinance was designed to protect sensitive information, prevent bias-based policing, and ensure city resources are not used to enforce federal immigration laws while still operating within legal requirements. While the current federal government administration has attempted to withhold funding to jurisdictions who provide services to immigrants, similar to past executive orders from the sitting president's first term, the federal government cannot force local governments to enforce federal immigration laws and therefore cannot coerce Santa Ana from supporting our families. As part of this commitment, the city established a sanctuary policy advisory group to guide city policies related to the sanctuary city ordinance and protecting immigrant residents. Santa Ana's sanctuary policies have always been community-driven, and trusted organizations have been at the forefront since day one. Organizations like the Orange County Rapid Response Network, Asian Americans Advancing Justice, the Public Law Center, Immigrant Defenders Law Center, Vera Institute of Justice, ACLU, UCI Law, Resilience Orange County, and many other organizations that founded the advisory group have worked tirelessly to protect our immigrant families. These organizations are made of trained professionals, have lived experience, and come from our community. They operate within a community-driven, needs-based coalition that has been doing the work effectively and inclusively. Last year, I had the privilege of meeting various community members who have been negatively impacted by our own internal process in terms of the U visa application. The city's attorney's office, the chief of police, the city manager's office, alongside other organizations, advocates, and attorneys came together to discuss the challenges that applicants currently face. And there are many issues with our process, much like when I speak to somebody wanting to apply for a planning permit, when I speak with a small business owner, when I speak with builders, they tell me consistently, your process is not continuous. It is not an easy one. It is not a modern process. And we understand that changes must happen, right? And so this is the same mentality that I believe is fair to apply to our U visa process as well. And because of that, because of the stories that I was able to understand and listen to, because of the advocates that brought those stories to City Hall, that brought those stories to our staff, I was compelled to say, what can we do to make sure that families that are going through this process are not meeting roadblocks along the way? What can we do as a city to be better partners with the people that do this work day in and day out in our community? What can the city do with what already exists in our books to make sure that we provide the best quality service to all of our constituents, regardless of their status in our community? And so I believe that, and this is why this agenda item was placed forward today from my office. I know that there are questions about, or comments, stating that these efforts have run their course, but the reality is that this work is more relevant than ever, because all of those challenges that have been discussed for years and years and years have not been addressed. And so no one here gets to decide that the work is done, particularly because I continuously hear about ongoing issues. And instead, I believe that we must continue to work with trusted, experienced organizations that have been in this fight from the beginning, organizations that have proven to prioritize the needs of our residents. So what are some of the things that possibly, if members of this board say, let's revive the board, I believe that they can work and expand on the things, on the findings that they have really been highlighting for years to the city, under different city managers, under different city leadership. And I also think that the scope of the work can be expanded to include other areas of study, like education, like public health. I believe that the group can determine what sensitive information the city is collecting. The core here is, can we make sure that we are not inadvertently violating our own language that exists in the code at this moment? And I can't answer that, right? And so this is why I think convening this group is going to be so important, not just for this body, but for our staff, because you're also an extension of city officials. And so I believe that technical expertise can be added to the group. And this is one small way that we can directly have a positive impact on our community. And I am standing up for my constituents because there are many questions that have not been addressed. And I don't think that any member of this body, that any staff member, that this city loses anything, that we lose anything by ensuring that we have access to experts, by ensuring that we have technical expertise and real data that we can rely on to inform our policy-making decisions. Our community does not lose anything by further empowering our families or learning how to co-govern. In fact, I believe it makes us stronger and better prepared to address these issues. And I want to conclude these remarks by saying this. I am the proud daughter of immigrant parents who have done everything in their power to raise strong and empathetic children who are now adults. I've had the privilege of being raised by loving and resilient parents who did everything so that my siblings and I, and many other people in my community that we grew up with, feel loved, cared for, and supported. And now it is our turn to protect and defend our parents and the people that we love. And with the same ferociousness that a mother would defend their daughter or their son, in the same way that my mother has had to defend me, it is the same way, it is with the same fairness that now I stand up for my family, my loved ones, and for my community. This council has a duty, a moral and legal responsibility to do everything in its power to protect our community and abide by the language in our ordinance. We don't have to choose between priorities. We are capable. I like to think that we are capable of tackling different issues all at once. And we don't have to let fear dictate our decisions. The reality is that we are already being targeted. Our students are being targeted. Our families are afraid. I've had to speak with residents who have told me that they are not working because they've seen the raids happen in Kern County, because there are a lot of whispers of arrests happening in the city, not just under a new administration, but arrests that have been happening in our city for the past decade. And so I've said this from this chair previously, there is no room for me to hide, there is no room for me to be fearful, because my constituents have asked me to explore all viable options to affirm our work. And to me, leadership really is about standing firm in the face of all forms of intimidation and declaring that you will not shake me, that you will not shake us, and you will not silence us, and you cannot bully us. And I am here because my community has put their trust in me, and I will honor that trust by fighting for you, because that is my responsibility. The ordinance already exists. As I've said, the language is in the ordinance, so the question before us is simple. Will this council uphold and implement the law that is already in place?
Okay, so we're going to go on. Before we go on to comments by the council, by the council and discuss this, Chief, you wanted to show something tonight that we have up ready to go? Gaston, go ahead. So we can alleviate some fear and take care of some things before we start to discuss it.
As your chief of police, our department's role is to ensure the public safety of all individuals, regardless of immigration status. We do not ask about or investigate a person's immigration status. We do not detain individuals solely for immigration enforcement. We do not participate in federal immigration raids. We do collaborate with federal agencies on criminal investigations that impact public safety. Our department remains committed to fostering trust and transparency. Public safety is a shared responsibility, and together we will continue to make our city a place where all residents feel safe and supported. Como su jefe de policía, quiero reafirmar que el papel de nuestro departamento es garantizar la seguridad pública de todas las personas, independiente de sus estatus migratorios. No preguntamos ni investigamos el estado migratorio de una persona. No detenemos a personas únicamente para hacer cumplir la ley de inmigración. No participamos en redadas federales de inmigración. Colaboramos con agencias federales en investigaciones criminales que impactan la seguridad pública. Nuestro departamento sigue comprometido a fomentar la confianza y transparencia. La seguridad pública es una responsabilidad compartida y juntos continuaremos haciendo de nuestra ciudad un lugar donde todos los residentes se sienten seguros y apoyados.
Thank you, Gaston. Thank you, Chief, for that video. I just wanted to share with the community so that they can see it firsthand. Comments. Let me start with Councilman Hernandez, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Please, I'm sorry, could you raise your mic if you want to speak, please?
I want to begin by thanking my colleague, Councilmember Jesse Lopez, for bringing this item forward. Thank you. This is a topic that is I believe that this is a topic that is important to every single one of us here in the city of Santa Ana. I too, like my colleague, my family migrated from Guadalajara, Jalisco in the 1950s, and we came to Santa Ana. And as a family, we know firsthand that our loved ones and our neighbors are at risk. We know that children and mothers are afraid on their routes to school and on their routes to work. And so it is up to the city council now to act swiftly during a time where there is an active attack being waged on our families all throughout this country. I want to begin by sharing direction to our city manager's office that we ensure that there is no ICE collaboration at any level or any capacity in this city. I want to ensure that any communication that is being had with the police department through ICE, that there's communication from our police department going to the city manager's office. It's not a big ask, but if they are reaching out to you as a courtesy to let you know they're in our city, I would hope that that is being reported to the city manager's office so that we can be proactive in supporting the resolution and ordinance that we have in the city as a sanctuary city. I am supportive of the proposed advisory group coming back to us and meeting regularly. I would like to see that this advisory group meet on a 30-day basis and that there is proactive support from our city staff, ensuring that there is support so that we have a safe place for us to meet and discuss the best ways for us to protect our immigrant and refugee communities. I want to ensure that we are addressing some of these issues independently. On the topic of the advisory group, we absolutely need to bring that back. On the topic of the Immigration Defense Fund, that should be its own conversation. I think that that conversation should be led by the community. I think that we need to be inclusive when it comes to the proposed advisory group. We need to include the experts, Orange County Rapid Response Network. We need to include the ACLU. We need to include organizations that are also representing the city's Southeast Asian refugee community members. Organizations like Viet Rise, organizations like the Harbor Institute. I want to ensure that we are working across the table and that we're bringing every single service provider who is vested in protecting immigrant families, whether that be Resilience OC, whether that be ACLU, Orange County Rapid Response Network, Viet Rise, the Harbor Institute, the Public Law Center. We need all hands on deck right now. We need to be able to work across the table and share our resources, and the city needs to provide a vehicle so that we can meet and so that we can proactively work to protect our neighbors. In addition to that, I want to ensure that as we are creating this advisory board, that it is fully inclusive so that we can increase the scope of services as to who we are able to reach. I want to ensure that we expand outreach to communities who are currently not being serviced before moving forward with any process that results in granting the current provider with the full contract amount again. I want to make sure that we have a fully inclusive RFP process so that we can encourage the immigrant defenders to apply again, so that we can encourage the ACLU and organizations to come to the table. If there's other experts in the room who want to provide services, we would like you to come to the city. We would like you guys to share your RFP. We encourage people to apply. Part of why I bring that up is because we recently had, if the city manager's office can confirm, how many providers reached out to apply for this RFP?
We only received one response from the immigration providers.
And can you detail the level of outreach that we had in regards to this RFP process?
The RFP was sent to 9 local community-based legal providers, and of those, only 3 downloaded the application and 1 responded.
The reason why I wanted to ask that question, and thank you City Manager and Deputy City Manager Sylvia Vasquez, is because I want the public to be informed that we have a public RFP process and we're encouraging people to apply. Part of why that is so important to my office is because in meeting with impacted groups of community members who are fearful of ICE, I had to take a look at some of the statistics in Orange County. And in 2024, over 90% of individuals with immigration detainers in Orange County Sheriff's Department's custody were born in Vietnam and were not protected under California's state law from being referred and or transferred to Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Aside from the county agencies, the municipal police departments of Westminster, Garden Grove, and Santa Ana were the top 3 local arresting agencies of community members who were then referred to ICE by Orange County Sheriff Departments. 44 from Westminster, 23 from Garden Grove, and 24 from Santa Ana. I want to ensure that we are not participating in supporting the deportation of our neighbors. We have an immigration defense fund. I want us to ensure that we're protecting every single one of those neighbors that is at risk to having their family ripped apart. And that is the direction that I wanted to provide to our city manager. I'm supportive of this item, and I would like to see this brought back in a very swift, timely manner. Thank you, Mr. City Manager.
Comments? So I have a comment. So thank you for bringing this item forward, Councilmember Lopez. I also support this, and when Spectrum TV interviewed me about 2 weeks ago, I made it very clear that Santa Ana is a sanctuary city and we're welcoming, and that is not going to change. But you gotta love social media with all the lies and the political, whatever you wanna call is happening. Everything the mayor says and does that I do, you know, they attack me, right? She doesn't speak loud enough for this community or that community. So do I support ICE coming in here and conducting raids in our community? No, I do not. Am I working with them? No, I am not. And I never have. And I've made it very clear. So whoever's spreading the lies and teaching their children that in their classes and sharing that is incorrect. And it's shameful that you're using children and families and creating fear because it causes chaos. The other day, somebody posted there was a raid in Immaculate Heart of Mary. No, there was not. I confirmed. I've been in touch almost on a daily basis just to call like, hey, have you heard anything, Mr. City Manager? There's been no, can you confirm that there's been no raids, you and the Chief of Police, in the city of Santa Ana?
I can tell you that when we get any report from anybody,
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Like I said, I confirm that anytime we hear some type of whisper or indication that ICE has in the city, we check with the Chief of Police to confirm so that they're aware and so we can notify folks. So to
Chief?
date, nothing yet.
Chief, have you heard of anything?
We've received various, obviously, people heard about ICE being in our city. We haven't actually confirmed any of that. And if they were in our city, they don't always report or don't have an obligation to report to the local municipalities that they're in our city.
But we haven't seen them conducting any type of raids.
I haven't seen them, no. No,
Okay.
we haven't.
Thank you. Again, Santa Ana is a welcoming city, and ICE hopefully is focusing just on criminals that have broken the law that they've been looking for possibly for the last 10 years, 15 years, a year, 6 months. But I personally am not working with them, and again, it's shameful that people are spreading lies. I've been sitting here, this is the start of my 3rd year, and when we talk about the sanctuary city, Madam City Attorney, can you tell me, because I have all this information about the sanctuary city here that was passed in 2017 and 2016, the discussion, the council that was sitting here. Previously, it was Supervisor Sarmiento that was sitting here. You know, I don't know who else was here, Miguel Pulido, when the list goes on and on. I could not find an advisory group that had been created. Can somebody please enlighten us? Was there a group? An advisory group? Mr. City Manager, Madam City Attorney, can somebody answer that question? Because I asked for all this information and I received it all, I reviewed it, and I have not been able to find anything. I want you to speak loud and clear so everybody can hear you, please.
So from us, we're still doing a formal research to indicate any type of listing. And maybe because it's been a long time since they met, we did meet with Councilmember Lopez, with some folks that indicated they were part of this commission that actually initiated this formation. Councilmember Vasquez also attended that meeting with us when discussing your visa. But as far as a formal established committee or setting, no. And to that issue, maybe the way we did the policy reports back then, we haven't found any. And I say that because part of the indication when we're doing exactly like the RFP, for example, and that's what we know about who it got released to, how many applications actually downloaded, and how many actually applied, is because when we see something like that, obviously we're not getting the response that we need. So we may have to go ahead and release the RFP again. But as far as that goes, specifically to your question, we haven't found any specific items or storage or committee reports.
Madam City Attorney?
Yeah, Mayor, I can just say that when this item was brought forward to reconvene, that word reconvene assumed that it had been called. I did some quick research on my own. I'm not the city manager's office, so things could happen outside of my calendar, but I did not find anything to suggest the Sanctuary Policy Advisory Group had ever been in existence.
Yeah, and I don't think any of us were sitting up here, so we can't answer that question. And so that's, my concern. I don't want anybody to think that we do not want to have one. There was never a group that I'm aware of, and maybe there were meetings with people in the community while it was happening. I think that's what I have found in here, but an actual advisory group, I'm not aware of. I did reach out to the supervisor's office and asked him if he can enlighten me. I have not received any information back. I know Councilwoman Lopez, you work for him, so I don't know if he shared any of this information with you about an advisory group, any names, the actual advisory group. Do you know of any?
Yeah, we had somebody come and speak and said they were part of the advisory
No,
group.
no, no, this is not like I was part of there. Was there an actual recognized group that met on a regular basis?
Yes, I've spoken with attorneys who have also were part of that process. So I think it's understandable for people to sit up here and say, I'm new to this, but this group existed, whether people knew about that or not, right? And I think part of the reason why staff can't find anything is because of all of the turnover in the city manager's office. And so this is a moment in time. This is a moment in time where...
I need you guys so we can do this. That's why I moved it forward, so we can get through this.
And I think that this is a moment in time that, and I'm not saying anybody here is being combative about my language or the real experience that people in this room have had in being part of the advisory group, but this is why I think that this is so important, because even when people do this work, we're still hearing, well, did you really do this work? Did you really advise the council and staff?
So I never said, did you really do the work? So I just want to clarify. I love how things get changed up here. But, so let me just say this. Again, yes, this is my third year, and no, I did not sit here when the sanctuary city was voted on, but I was on the school board and I do live in this city. And similar to Councilman Hernandez, is my family. My father and my grandmother immigrated here from Guadalajara. So I just want to be clear that it's not that I'm against this at all. Actually, I support it. And people seem to think I don't because you just don't like anything that comes out of my mouth, and that's okay. But I want to share something. Since the City of Santa Ana's adoption of its sanctuary policies, because you talk about change, the administration here has worked diligently to uphold and fully integrate immigrant protections into city governance. These protections are now embedded within our institutional framework, making them a permanent and effective part of city operations. The goals of the Sanctuary Policy Advisory Group have been successfully realized. Inclusivity and immigrant rights are not just initiatives. They are fundamental values ingrained in our policies and in our practices. As a result, a separate advisory group is no longer necessary, in my humble opinion. Our current executive leadership administration is not only committed to progressive values, but is also shaped by firsthand immigrant experiences. And let me share with you why I say this. Our city manager is the son of a bracero, an immigrant farm worker in the Coachella Valley, a region with historically high poverty rates and significant economic challenges. He himself worked in the fields picking grapes and understands the challenges faced by immigrant communities. Our assistant city manager, born in Vietnam, came to the U.S. during the boat people exodus and personally navigated the complexities of displacement and resettlement. Our police chief was once undocumented and later earned his U.S. citizenship through military service. Our deputy city manager was born to undocumented parents who adjusted their status through the 1986 amnesty. This administration does not just advocate for immigrant protections, we embody them. Our leadership reflects the very communities we serve, ensuring that cultural competence and lived experience guide our policies and our decisions. And so I do want to thank Councilmember Lopez for bringing this up to the city manager, but I really wanted to share with the community that you understand who is at the table now. Who's sitting here? And my concern is, and I've shared it with the city attorney, and I've shared it with the city manager, and one council member up here, is that sometimes we have people on our commissions that I'm not sure, are they a commissioner, are they an activist? And it creates a problem for us as a city. Because you cannot be a commissioner and be an activist. You have to pick one or the other. You can do both, sort of, kind of, but you have to be very careful. So whatever groups, Mr. City Manager, that we end up working with, the City Attorney's Office, I believe, gives training. If the group is voted on tonight and it is created, that whoever is part of that commission understands, that advocacy group, that you are representing the city and that you can't be both. Because what happens is that, similar to the police oversight, you had commissioners on there saying, come to me and tell me how the police violated your rights during the riots at UCI. But yet I'm a commissioner and I sit up here on the police oversight. You cannot do that. I think, Madam City Attorney, you want to elaborate on that a little bit?
I think that the one thing that we're missing here, we want to be careful because under the policy that allows a council member to bring an item forward, we're not supposed to have an in-depth discussion. It's just, hey, do we want to move the item forward? That's one. But number two, and more importantly, is if you read the ordinance, it referenced the Sanctuary Policy Advisory Group, and it did nothing more.
That's right.
It did not say that they were a formal commission. It did not say they were an ad hoc committee. So there's all these assumptions about what this group was. Maybe it did meet. Maybe there were a bunch of informal attorneys from UCI and the ACLU that all met and called themselves the Sanctuary Policy Advisory Group. But what I want to caution you against is this. If the City Council takes formal action to create a commission or a group, you are implementing all sorts of legal requirements that are going to apply to that group, right? Your formal commissions are subject to the Brown Act, and the people on those commissions are subject to the Fair Political Practices, economic disclosure requirements under a Form 700. So there's a lot of considerations. My opinion is, in looking at this ordinance, that there was a reference to a Sanctuary Policy Advisory Group. It seemed to me to be an informal group. So if this item is moved forward by the council, if it is, we'll need to work really carefully to balance these interests of having a formal group, because if I were someone in the community who was undocumented and I wanted to come to this advisory group for help, I'm not sure that I'd want that to be a Brown Act committee, because I'm not so sure that I'd want my personal business to be shared in public. So I just ask the council, if you move this item forward, to have some patience and allow us to be very, very mindful of who we're trying to protect. Not to politicize this issue, but to really think about who we're trying to serve and protect. So I will let you move that forward, and a reminder that we're not supposed to take 30 minutes on these items. They're really supposed to be direction to us.
That's correct. So thank you, City Manager. I really appreciate that. So I'm going to end my comments there. Are there any other council members? Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez.
So much, Mayor. I appreciate it. Thank you to Councilmember Jesse Lopez for the courage of bringing this forward and so fast. And also thank you for bringing on the Know Your Rights website and asking the city manager to put that in. You brought it on really quick. So I appreciate both of you working together to manage that. That being said, I do want to have an independent, informal advisory group, independent of the city, with support from the city, to look at the things that we do, to collect data of how we could better serve. These are experts and the people who are affected with these policies that we have. So we want to be able to gather information on how we can better serve our people. So I want to move forward with that. I also think that the Immigration Defense Fund should be separate from this. Speaking to Madam Mayor, that article written about you, I was asked by my students, I was at lunch, and they asked me, is this true? And there was fear. And I read the article, and there was no specification of anything. It was a poorly written article. And I let them know there's nothing here that says the mayor is working with ICE. So and there was a relief, because this is a fear-mongering article, and that somebody in this position would be working with ICE, spread fear amongst all of us. So I just want people to know that if it's anybody, you may like him or not, or whoever it may be, we're not going to spread lies or unsubstantiated information across the city that brings fear to us. So the children were relieved to know, And hopefully our families are now relieved to know that if you actually read that article, there's no author, there's no specific date, there's a date, but there's no specific incident of any kind. Unless we have all this information, please hold it to yourself until you get something true, not to spread fear in our city. So with that being said, those are my comments.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Yes.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I thank you, City Attorney. I heard your comments, and part of why I raised my mic again is because I do think that we were getting off topic, right? The question was pretty simple. The staff report was written very extensively, and so I think in terms of this RFP process that staff opened up last year, that is separate, right? I hope that we can all be on the same agreement that once it's open, once organizations apply, we are not allowed to meddle with that process. And so I'm very clear about that. And so I just want to be also clear that my language is not asking for a commission for the same reasons that people have mentioned, that it would politicize this process. And I think, and I agree with you, City Attorney, that, and perhaps part of the reasons why people are having a difficult time accessing records is because of the sensitivity of the information being exchanged. And I agree with your recommendation that if this is to move, if the council wants to bring back some sort of advisory group, not commission, not someone that every member of this council appoints, I don't want that responsibility, that it would be, and it would be up to the advisor group, but it would be great for them to recognize the sensitivity of the information, again, being exchanged. And that perhaps is why you're not finding as many records, because they would be, anyone in our community, anyone in the state could request that information and use it in a very, very malicious way.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? Councilmember Fan?
Thank you, Mayor. First, thank you to everyone who came out today to speak on this issue, as well as Councilmember Lopez for bringing this forward. I've said it before, as the only immigrant on this dais, I might have been the only person who's ever faced the concern of being deported myself before I became an American citizen. So this is an issue that is important to me growing up. There are those who are close to me who are undocumented. There are friends and family who have undocumented families who are afraid, right? Fear is the object, fear is the goal of this administration. And spreading rumors in order to gain political advantage is only going to continue to feed into that fear for our community members. So I hope that we're all here to make sure that we provide resources to our residents and neighbors, and not to spread additional misinformation. And I also want to say that the one thing that I feel has always brought this council together, as I've served with everyone here, is that we have always been interested and willing, and we've put our funding, our votes, our voices to support our immigrant community. Whether it's to make sure that COVID funding is going to go to undocumented family members, whether it's to make sure that our vaccines would go to undocumented residents, whether it's to make sure that we have undocumented commissioners, whether it's to make sure that our federal ARPA dollars would go to undocumented community members. There are just so many things that this council, these individuals that I have served with, have done to show our community members, whatever your status may be, that we stand with you. And despite the fact that we may disagree on many other items, I believe that this council stands in solidarity with our immigrant communities. And with that, hearing about the deficiencies relating to our U visa process is concerning, and I expect our city manager's office, as well as Chief Rodriguez, to work with our Police Oversight Commission to ensure that we review that process and that it becomes streamlined, easy to access with information on our website and the police website. There should be no reason why a resident who has been a victim of a crime or witness to a crime is not able to immediately go online and say, this is what I can provide to the police department to ensure public safety for all community members, as well as get the benefit that is provided to them for coming forward as a witness or as a victim to ensure that everyone stays safe in this community. I think we can do that. I think the Police Oversight Commission can handle that. That is their job. And so I do expect that to come back. And I hope that my colleagues agree with that. However, I am concerned with this, this committee or, advisory committee because one, I don't have enough information about who's doing it, what they're doing, how they're connected to this community, how long it's been, who of these organizations will be involved. But I do want to say that when there are concerns regarding how we're using our data, how data is being collected, how data is being shared, I think that that's something that our staff can actually review. We have an ordinance in place that specifically states that we will not share information that is sensitive, that we will not collaborate in a way that is a violation of state law. Chief, in your video, you state that, and I'm being picky right now, but you said, we only collaborate with federal enforcement agencies, for public safety, but I want to clarify that that is within the parameters of SB 54, as well as the Truth Act and other state sanctuary policies, as well as the city's policies, correct?
Thank you, Councilmember Fannin. That is correct. That is within the Values Act of Senate Bill 54, which says public safety, including drug trafficking, human trafficking, acts of terrorism, and other gun trafficking and other crimes that may be identified in SB 54.
Thank you. And so I want to reiterate that for all of our residents and anyone who's watching, that the City of Santa Ana has an ordinance, has a policy, and continues to implement state and local policies that prohibit us from collaborating with enforcement agencies unless there is a judicial subpoena, in which every agency is required to comply with that. So my concern is bringing in a lot of outside organizations in a way that we also don't know what their policies are for ensuring, data collection, confidentiality. They might not have attorney-client privilege with our city attorney's office and things like that. If there is information, if there is data, if there are issues that you want to raise, there's, I assume, nothing stopping anyone from sharing that with our city manager's office. And I expect that you will be receptive to this information so that we can ensure our policies and our procedures are reflective of best practices as much as possible. The last thing I will say is that, regarding the Immigration Defense Fund, that is something that I've supported, and I supported expanding it because there are so many Southeast Asians, Asian Americans, Vietnamese Americans who are also being deported, who are not necessarily being protected by sanctuary ordinances. I understand bringing that as part of this issue because it is part of the immigration policies in the city. However, I do agree with all my colleagues to separate that out. I would like to see, right? We had reports as to how many cases that were being handled, what the process is. I know they take a long time, but I think that's important for MDEF to come and talk to us and say where are they deficient and how can we work with other groups such as AJ SoCal or other, the Asian Law Caucus or other organizations that might be able to provide that service. And so with that, I hope my direction is clear. I hope that everyone who's here can appreciate or at least hear us when we say we want to ensure that our sanctuary ordinance and our sanctuary policies are upheld and protected and improved, but we also have to make sure that when we're talking about specific issues that can be handled in-house, that we do that and that we do get the update. I don't expect it in 30 days, but I do expect an update so that everybody knows where they can go if they're facing this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. No other comments? Councilman Penalosa?
Thank you, Mayor Mesqua, and thank you, Councilmember Lopez, for bringing this item forward and everyone that came out to speak tonight. I know that the council item language said that it has come to my attention that the Sanctuary Policy Advisory Group has not convened since 2020. Been elected here since 2018, and I don't recall in those 2 years leading up to 2020 ever hearing of a sanctuary advisory policy here within the city or under our city's purview. So I'd be supportive of seeing information on that, on trying to dive in on the history of what that was, but I don't recall ever hearing of one meeting. As far as to us being a sanctuary city, whether it's the Philippines, Councilmember Becerra, or Vietnam, or El Salvador, or Mexico, we all stand on the shoulders of immigrants. We're all one generation away from being, having this possible deportation, right? That everyone is talking about. One thing that I want to start off by saying is that I am 100% supportive and committed to our city being a sanctuary city. I mean, I think all of us up here have made that pretty clear. I want to say to our city staff, stay the course. Chief of Police, stay the course. City Manager Nunez, stay the course. Our Chief of Police was born in Tijuana, Mexico, by the way, and is an immigrant himself. Stay the course. I know that you guys are not working with ICE. We got to make sure that our community knows that and continues to know that. And it's important that we shame the individuals spreading lies and fear just to stoke the flames of something that is not happening today in our city. I know that there was social media posts, and half of you men came here and commented on Mayor Mezcua working with ICE. All lies. People that are posting lies. On January 21st, the first day of the official day of the Trump administration, my neighbor texted me and she said, there's immigration enforcement on Bristol. I'm scared. I thought this was a sanctuary city. And I'm like, Bristol, okay. Bristol runs from Newport Beach to Orange. I mean, where? And I drove. I was on my lunch break. I drove from Bristol and Sunflower all the way up to Bristol and 17th. I think I even called you, Mr. City Manager, while I was doing it. Nothing, not a sign of immigration enforcement anywhere. We confirmed with our Chief of Police. Nope, no checkpoint. No, but it was an immigration checkpoint that was going around on social media that was happening. Lies. Today, we get notifications of immigration enforcement and a checkpoint at Bristol, at Grand and McFadden. Not true. I went out there myself. I believe the city manager went out there himself. Not true. People are trying to create this campaign. A resident said in Spanish, that spoke in Spanish, hay una campaña. Yeah, this is a campaña to create fear amongst all our residents here. So I want to assure you that this city is a sanctuary city. It continues to be. Our staff knows that, and they know that we are not to cooperate with ICE. That simple. I strongly encourage our city manager. I know we're not supposed to vote on anything tonight, and this isn't an item to vote on. This is merely the council discussion item to provide direction. But there's our state legislature just yesterday voted to approve a $25 million immigration defense fund available to communities. I hope that we're working with our state assembly member's office, with our state senator's office, to see how we could tap into those funds and what's the process of doing that. I believe the governor signed it today, if not tomorrow, of those funds being available to immigrant communities for immigration defense. And that's it. That's on my behalf. I think a good way to maybe that we could potentially move forward on this is, I know we have a police public safety committee meeting item later on tonight. Maybe it's something that the public safety committee stays and we give that assignment to the public safety committee. I don't need to be on it. Whoever my colleagues want to be on it, that's fine. But there are ways where we could work with various groups out there in the community, doing the good work, helping out our immigrant community, where we could assure that these resources are going to be known and available. The last thing I want to do is create another layer of city attorney painted it beautifully, of a commission that's bound to the Brown Act and made public, because that's the last thing that we don't want to do. So those are my comments, Madam Mayor, and
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you for mentioning Sacramento. The city manager and I met with our Assemblyman Avelino Valencia, shared his support and what they're doing in Sacramento. We went on our trip to DC for the mayor's conference, U.S. Conference of Mayors. We were in breakout sessions, and thank you for the tab on the city with immigration information. All the cities across the country are doing the same thing, and so it was great to hear from all the mayors about that. And so we're on the right path, and so thank you, Mr. City Manager. I think we have one more comment by Councilman Becerra, and then I will ask you, Mr. City Manager, if you got direction that you need.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I too want to thank everybody that came out tonight to express themselves about this issue. It is in the best interest of everybody in this city, regardless of their documentation status, to want our police to not work with ICE. And the reason for that is because regardless of your status, crime don't care. Someone robs you, they don't say, hold on, are you an immigrant or not? Crime don't care. And so we need, for all of our community, regardless of status, to be able to have confidence in our police. And I have confidence because long before any of our predecessors were talking about a sanctuary city ordinance, we had Chief Ray Davis, not Paul Walters, who we all revere, but even before him, Chief Ray Davis came up with progressive policies. The LA Times very famously said in a headline, Santa Ana has its own immigration policy. This is back in the 1980s. Santa Ana has always been a welcoming city, and Santa Ana has always been trying to be a safe city. And go about, 15, 20 years later, a neighboring city, I don't want to shame them, but they actually said that they wanted to bring ICE into the jails. And who was the most vocal opponent of that? Their own police chief. Because whether it's Santa Ana police or other Orange County cities police, we all recognize that we all have to feel safe and comfortable going to our police to report crime. Again, criminals do not care what your immigration status is. They're going to rob you, they're going to harm you. They're not asking you for your papers. They're just going to harm you. And our police, we need them to be able to help. So with that being said, Section 7 of the ordinance that was adopted back in January 2017 states that the city shall establish a commission composed of community members to advise the council on all policies related to the ordinance. So this ordinance from January 2017, it primarily focuses on the prohibition of city departments and city employees from assisting in the enforcement of federal immigration law. In June 2020, though, Councilmember Pelosa and I, we introduced a councilmember requested item to direct the city manager to research the creation of a police oversight commission. The intention of that item back in June of 2020 was to create a police oversight commission that would provide a valuable way for residents and businesses to give input on how the Santa Ana Police Department could improve their service to our community in a way that would help strengthen our community's trust and confidence in them, regardless of any community member's immigration status. Then in November 2022, our council unanimously adopted an ordinance establishing the Police Oversight Commission. The action that this council took back in November of 2022 fulfilled what was required in Section 7 of the January 2017 ordinance. Now, in these very tumultuous times, our entire community, regardless of their immigration status, needs spaces and venues to provide meaningful input to our police and to this council. And I'm very proud of the fact that we are providing those. We already are providing those. The item that was brought forth by Councilmember Lopez, which I want to believe was brought forth with good intentions, could be seen as duplicative of what our city already has in place. And I think our city attorney tonight raised some very important issues when it comes to how this committee, if it was to be created, how it would be created, how it would function. And I think those are some very important issues. So, Mr. City Manager, when this item comes back, I think, and Madam City Attorney, when this item comes back, I think it's important that we flush that out and we have a full menu of options to look at, because we want to make sure that our community feels safe, regardless of your immigration status. But at the same time, and I think Councilmember Lopez said this, we should be able to demonstrate to everybody that we can take on multiple issues and help them and solve them. But at the same time, as you saw the discussions tonight, we have a lot of things going on here, and we want to make sure that for our staff that has so much on their plate, that we want to make sure that they're able to do their job effectively. And so, again, I'm very proud of the fact that we did establish a police oversight commission. I think that is one valuable way to provide input, as what you've all demonstrated tonight, by just coming here to the council and giving it directly to us, not through an intermediary. Just talk to us. As many of you know, because many of you have messaged me, many of you have talked with me, many of you have attended my community office hours. I'm very accessible, and I know that my 6 colleagues up here are accessible in their own ways. So when it comes to bringing these items to our attention, to making sure that our entire community is safe, I believe that we have provided that access. But again, I'm looking to our city manager and our city attorney to see what's brought back and what this council ultimately decides. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. You received the direction, you're good. You captured that, right?
Yes, I'll work with the city attorney to make sure, one, we comply with the ordinance as indicated, and two, that we come with up with an approach that seeks to, again, not just the actual language of the ordinance, but the spirit of the ordinance also.
And I want to thank you and thank all the staff for the time and effort that you're going to take to do this. And I just want to be clear that, I don't know when the RFP was sent out, but just my last question, were you aware that the RFP was sent out in December or something like that?
Actually, I didn't get a chance to review it, so that's one of the concerns. So we'll probably be out there reissuing it once we review it. And I want to review with the city attorney's office. I think when we do an RFP requesting legal services and we don't include the city attorney's office, I think that's a concern.
That's wonderful, thank you. All right, next item is item number 18, please.
Mayor and City Council, if I may, item 18 is an item for your consideration related to your standing subcommittees. At this point in time, staff is recommending that you appoint members to serve as your representatives to the Joint School Collaboration City Council Standing Committee, and we request your consideration of disbanding the other 2 city standing committees, the legislative and the public safety and homelessness, due to a lack of meeting over the last 3 years. And I'm happy to answer any questions in conjunction with the city manager's office.
I have a question. When or how often, or did they ever, the Public Safety and Homeless Committee, did they meet?
Well, since I've been at the city manager's office, the Legislative Council Committee or the Public Safety have not met. So this is one of the reasons why I propose doing away with the subcommittees in this component. In the end, if I'm going to take direction, I take it from the city council, right?
No, that's what I just want to know, because I know Councilman Penalosa and I met twice with the previous staff for legislation, and there was only 2 of us in there, and but that was a long time ago. So, yeah, if there's any recommendations, any other.
If I may, Mayor, the Legislative Subcommittee last met on September 26, 2023, has not met since then. It did previously hold 2 meetings in 2022, and the Public Safety and Homelessness Subcommittee has only held 1 meeting, and that was on May 10th, 2022, since it was first established.
And I'm sorry, you said the public safety was in September 23?
Public Safety was on May 10th, 2022. It has not met since then.
Okay.
And the legislative met twice in 2022, and then on September 26th of 2023, and nothing since.
So I'll make a motion, but we need to appoint some members to the joint school district.
If you would like to take it in 2 separate actions.
Let's do that, please. Go ahead, Councilor Bissell.
Thank you. I'll be supporting disbanding the legislative and the public safety and homeless committees just due to the fact we haven't met. And I think a lot of the items that would normally go through that committee would be duplicative as well, because they end up ultimately here. And I know staff's very excited about doing the same report twice, but I'm going to take that away from you. The other thing, though, but on the item of the Joint School City Council Committee. So according to the staff report, in 2024, 6 meetings were held and 5 were canceled. In 2023, 3 meetings were held and 8 were canceled. And I'm going to look towards our deputy city manager. Were there any items that made their way to the full dais that went through that committee?
At the moment, there hasn't been anything that came to the full dais.
So, I mean, the only person doing work on this committee is our city clerk posting the agenda and then posting the cancellation notices. So,
Actually, that has been through the Parks and Recreation Commission department.
well, there you go. She pushed off the work, all right. But with that being said, I would just like to make a motion to disband all three committees rather than go through the pain of appointing three people to find out that they're not going to meet. Why don't we just go ahead and disband all three? That's my motion.
Any other comments? Is your microphone up? Councilman Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez, go ahead.
Yeah, we do meet, and we did some work at the Joint School City Committee. We're planning out a park, hopefully at Lowell Elementary, which is an area that is very much in need of a safe place for youth to be at and play and be safe and not have to go into an alley or parking lot or empty space. There's no library for miles around in that area, and it's they need a place to go. As you see, families are just impacted, and you'll have 10 people in an apartment, and they want to get away from the stress, and they want to go outside and play, and it's not safe to go into the alley or go into the parking area. So to be away from whatever other things they have. So that's one thing that we did. We did talk about safety when we have a lockdown, and we had a lockdown at Valley High School, and our policy is run, hide, fight. And unfortunately, police came in to an art classroom, ceramics, and the students were supposed to fight and throw ceramic balls but they froze, and luckily they didn't do it. But how do we match up policy where the police know what our policy is as we're taught as teachers, right? And luckily I was there, and we had conversations about having open communications with our police, our PD, but not only our PD at the school sites, but the teachers and how they're trained. And we had various others, information on how we work better, and we've been working well with the school district, and it's a relationship that's been building, and it needs to happen to keep open communication. So even though we meet 6 times a year, it's been fruitful for those times that we do meet. So I'm going to say we keep it on and going, and make sure we have people that want to meet join the committee.
Mayor, if I may ask, Councilmember Vasquez, so if we disband this committee tonight, all that work that you described, I have to believe that you wouldn't stop. I believe you'd keep going, correct?
I don't think I'd have the opportunity to do some of the work and have a conversation with the superintendent in the room, with the city manager, and then have their own conversations and discuss on how they better improve and how we better manage and govern the city with the school together. So there's relationship building within all of this, with the actual meeting with the trustees, with council members. So it does bear fruit, and having that relationship and being able to talk and not shutting doors is always a good thing, and has been a good thing for the city of Santa Ana and the Santa Ana School District.
My support of actually going ahead and folding this committee is not any conflict of what you just said. In fact, you just got a promotion. You're Mayor Pro Tem. In fact, you can probably make that ask and it be heard even louder. So I don't think that anything that you've talked about today that you've done, and I appreciate what you've done, I don't think any of it would be hindered by the lack of this committee. In fact, I mean, we've had one of the school board members that actually works, I'm not sure, for one of our council members. So the relationships are there. I don't know that, it's not like we don't know who they are and we're building the relationship. You know, we didn't just meet them. I know you know them very well. So again, I look at the work for our staff. I think there are times if you want to call meetings when it comes to, you know, like you described, having our city manager and our superintendent meet and talk about certain issues. I think you're able to do that without having a formal committee, to which we see a lot of staff time spent on when some of what you're talking about is very focused. Like when you talk about a park, I think that's something where you'd want our director of parks to be there. Like you as a council member right now, could call for that meeting. You don't need a committee to do that. So I appreciate what you said. I unfortunately, I was not sold on the notion, so my motion still stands. I think we should go ahead and fold all three.
I want to thank you because I've asked a couple times for an update from the meetings, and I've never heard anything in the 2 years and 1.5 months that I've been sitting here. So thank you for that. I also want to share with you, similar to what Councilman Becerra said, when I was on the school board, I actually I brought the superintendent, her and I came, or him and I, both of two different superintendents, and we met with the city manager on a regular basis just because I had asked for it. So I think our city manager does talk to the superintendent. They're currently addressing the children at the shelter that the school district will not be picking up or are not picking up and should be picking up. So they're working on that. But you can call a meeting anytime. I think what the reason, and I don't want to speak for him, but I'm going to support the motion to disband it because it takes up so much time of our staff to put this together. And it's, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Madam Deputy City Manager, you said in 2024 that 3 meetings and 8 were canceled? Is that correct? Of the joint school? Sorry, I wrote it down.
Six meetings were held and 5 were canceled
In 2023?
In 2024. In 2023, there was 3 meetings were held and 8 were canceled.
So in 2023, 3 were held and 8 were canceled. In 24, 6 were held and how many were canceled?
6 meetings were held and 5 were canceled.
Okay. So I just tell you, as the mayor pro tem, you send an email, say, I'd like to meet with blah, 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 to discuss this. And that can happen, not a problem. So it's for me, it's about staff. We ask them to do all these things, and yet these 2 groups are not meeting on a regular basis or have met at all with one of them. And so it concerns me as far as their workload. So Councilmember Hernandez?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just wanted to share that I am supportive of keeping the school joint committee. Part of why it's important to me is because I've been able to meet with the city manager's office and our superintendent. And just for clarification for the public, as a member of this school joint use committee, I think part of where we had some challenges with meeting more consistently is the transition of our city managers. At the time, it was very difficult to have what we felt was a streamlined process in terms of this subcommittee and what was Santa Ana Unified School District bringing to the table at that time. And it wasn't until I think the last meeting that we had where our city manager's office gracefully, took on the role of giving us the leadership that we should have always been afforded. You guys created presentations for us for the first time. You guys were able to really meet and reconvene with the superintendent and identify which were potential sites that were priorities for this joint committee to discuss. And I think that, given the holidays, given elections, there's a opportunity for us to really get on a calendar and to have consistent meetings as a joint use committee. And part of why that emphasis is there for me is because our students are going to be suffering over the next couple of years. There was significant layoffs. Those layoffs are going to affect the quality of education that students are receiving. It's going to affect emotional wellness for students. And as a council member, I am looking to tackle issues like park space, joint use, collaboration, for instance, in the case of Fremont Elementary, opening up the rooftop so that residents in the neighborhood have access to use the rooftop at Fremont, and so that students at Fremont have access to use the park space. Currently, we don't have that relationship, and this joint use committee provides us a platform for us to be able to advocate directly for residents in Ward 5. And in Ward 5, we have a number of public schools and charter schools, schools that include Lydia Romero Cruz, Fremont Elementary, Willard Intermediate. We have, of course, OSHA, Orange County Educational Arts Academy, El Sol. And these are just a number of schools where there's hundreds of children who are depending on both the city and the school district to provide services. The need is too strong, and respectfully, I won't be supporting the disbanding of the School Joint Use Committee, and I will put a sub-motion on the floor to keep that committee as a standing committee. Thank you.
Councilmember
Second.
Lopez?
Yes, thank you. So I think that I can agree that the work has moved very slow, and we've had these discussions very publicly with our staff, with our park staff, that when we are there with the trustees and the things that we are saying and the direction that we are providing, it's not just direction to be noted, it is direction to have some action taken, right? And so we've had these conversations about what we want to see from our staff in terms of the work that we want to see happen for our students and our families. And because of that work, we are on the cusp, if I'm not mistaken, Hawk, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, of finalizing the Master Joint Use Agreement, something that for many years, right, people talked about it's gonna get done, and finally now it is actually going to get done because staff knows they have to present it to the joint committee, and not just the master plan, but the different school sites that we've identified that we want to have a working relationship with. And the council members, right, I think that as a city manager, you kind of formalize that process because it wasn't a formal process. We weren't getting really any updates, any agendas, and so I do appreciate the work that has gone into it. And staff knows that if you're not hearing from me, you can always reach out. Sometimes we do get cancellation notices. I'm not sure why. If there's a communication issue from the board members, I hope that you feel like you can directly say, hey, what's going on? And perhaps moving forward, maybe it is not the best for the committee to be meeting every month if those updates with the joint school plans are not moving as far as long or as quickly as long as we want them to move. But it is something that our community has said over and over that they want to see be established, that they want to have access to some of those facilities after school hours. And also this space provides for our community, for our students, for families to tune in and to ask questions that are relevant to the work that the district does and that the city does and the work that ultimately overlaps. And that is why I think it is a valuable space that can offer recommendations to the respective bodies that we all serve in. So I wouldn't be supportive of doing away with the joint commission, but I am supportive of disbanding the public safety and the legislative because those were appointed, again, a little bit of context, years ago, I believe in 2022. And so the members appointed to those subcommittees have not met, even though issues were given to the Public Safety Committee, like the gun storage ordinance that the council passed, right? It went to committee and it essentially died. The other issue that was given to the Public Safety Commission was essentially tasking them with language to give to our voters about voters deciding whether they wanted to ban fireworks or not. And so all of those things that we've discussed went to committee and died. And so I'm happy for those subcommittees to be disbanded because no work is coming out of them and they have not met to address the issues.
Mayor, I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem. I was going to call you Mayor. I apologize.
I'll take it.
No, Councilmember Fan. I'm getting. Can you move your seat over here?
I'll fight you for it. I'll fight you.
Can you move
I've
your
been
seat
working
over
out.
here? Councilmember Fan, please.
Thank you, Mayor. So I definitely support disbanding the two standing committees that the legislative committee as well as a subcommittee as well as public safety and homelessness. Regarding the joint school collaboration subcommittee, I've watched a few of them just as a member of the public, and so I have a few questions for you, Mr. City Manager. Maybe it's just one. Do you have a relationship with the superintendent? Do you talk to him? Can you call him up?
Yes.
Okay. So I ask that because historically, or at least in the time that I've been here with our former city manager, there was no good relationship, in my opinion, with the superintendent. Do you have a relationship with the superintendent of Garden Grove Unified School District?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Because, GGUSD. Go Lobos. So I ask that because a lot of this work that my colleagues have brought up are items that can be worked in between staff that can then be presented to the board or the council. For example, the joint lease, master joint use agreement, right? That's something that I think that there was a breakdown in communication and relationship between the between staff, between the board, between the council that I believe has changed in many ways, and that this is. I don't think the subcommittee is needed anymore. I also think that when there are specific issues that are brought up, for example, the use of whether it's Parkside or other locations, use of school sites for neighborhood association meetings, those are things that we can bring up if we want to do an ad hoc, if we want to, just to address that one issue, or it's something that we can direct staff to follow through with the various school districts. I just don't think that it's the most efficient use of our time to have an ongoing subcommittee that is canceled more often than not. You look like you were about to respond to something I said. Okay. And so with that, I think that when there are particular issues relating to our school districts, whether it's SAUSD, GGUSD, Orange, or our charter schools, that my colleagues can bring the issue up with our city manager, and that it could become an agenda item or something that we can bring up to the various school boards. I also think that it's possible, if my colleagues are interested in the future, to have joint meetings. I know that in some of my other cities that I serve, they have maybe once a year a special joint session with the school district. So when you talk about residents being able to come forward and address both the school district and the city council, that would be a right place to do it. And I think it would foster collaboration and better relationships between the two. I would love to see that. I think that would be a really fantastic opportunity for us. And so with that, I would be supporting the original motion. Thank you.
Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez.
Thank you, and thank you guys for the critique. This committee was horrible. And we were like, what are we doing? Nothing's happening.
That's great that you admit that.
It was at the beginning, and we didn't have a leadership, and when city manager Alvaro Nunes came in, that changed. And we started taking action, and the work he does. Like, we all here on this council know his leadership skills and his team, and now he's got 2 more people on the team, so it has been working. So I'm in agreement with what you said, and your critique is point on, but we've been building up steam since our new city manager, Mr. Nunes, came on. So I would appreciate if you would agree with us to have it, to keep it, and we can meet every other month. We don't have to meet every month. We can meet every other month and save some time. And
How about twice a year?
about 4 times a year.
How about 3
Quarterly,
times a year?
quarterly.
3 times a year.
Let's meet, and we could discuss it within, and if they want to meet quarterly or 3 times, I'm open to it.
So the mayor and the mayor pro tem would like to meet with you and discuss that, Mr. City Manager.
So, yes. And the
Again-
superintendent.
Again, this is City Council Standing Subcommittee, so it's up to you. But more to, and I was going to say MPT fan again, more to Councilmember Fan's commentary, we are working to establish strong relationships with Santa's Unified Superintendent, and again with Garden Grove Superintendent. So in that extent, you have seen a lot more interaction. Yes, we answer each other, we call each other, and we have actually structured our meetings so we can discuss at least once a month or every 2 months interactions.
Councilmember Penalosa?
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I like the idea of a joint council school committee. The idea sounds great, but the whole point of a committee is that, if when it meets, it has constructive dialogue and on items of interest to both entities, and then they report back as a receive and file, as a business item to the respective bodies, like Councilmember Lopez said. But that hasn't happened. I know that Councilmember Fan mentioned that the previous city manager didn't have a relationship with the superintendent, but I would disagree, because one of the priorities from this city council for the last 10 years was purchasing that water tower land, the land that the water tower sits on. when this body first started meeting, that wasn't even a topic of conversation. It was just the superintendent and the city manager calling each other and saying, hey, let's get the politicians out of the room and we could come up to an agreement together. And they did. They worked together and they were able to purchase this, and we purchased it in November, I think of 2022. It was for like 800 grand. And, you know, that was something years and years in the making that the joint committee couldn't even come up with or come to an agreement on. I don't think that unless there's going to be quarterly meetings and reports to this body to see action, I think that would be more it would be more beneficial to us if we did have that, because we are spending a lot of staff time. To that point of spending staff time, Mr. City Manager or Madam City Clerk, I'm not sure who's, or Parks and Rec Director, which item this falls under, but it's, at the end of the day, it's supposed to be a joint collaborative committee. And I know that we're also probably 100% covering the staff, the report writing, the expenses of the meeting space. So it doesn't really become joint at that point, because if it was a truly joint collaborative, there would be an equal amount of resources coming from both bodies to make these meetings happen, to produce these agendas, these staff reports, is that happening, Mr. City Manager?
No, we take the lead. City of Santa Ana takes the lead.
Take the lead, of course, yeah. And I don't think, you know, if it's truly going to be a joint collaborative, it should be both the school district and the city. And when this first came up, I was not supportive of it because it shouldn't just be Santa Ana Unified. We have Garden Grove Unified that services half of the city, and we have Orange Unified in the north, and charter schools. So we have a lot of schools in the city that aren't part of the Santa Ana Unified School District that service a lot of our residents, thousands of them, and a lot of these charter schools that are actually seeing record enrollment, unlike the Santa Ana Unified School District. But we should be including those partners in these conversations. Garden Grove Unified, Orange Unified, Tustin, there's a lot of students that live in the city that go to these school districts. So if they're left out of the equation, it really isn't a joint collaborative. I could see maybe leaving Orange and Tustin Unified because it's not as large of a geographical and population-based area that is serviced as in GG Unified. But GG Unified should have a seat at this committee meeting, so at this committee, on the subcommittee. So I would suggest that we call Dr. Amafi and see if there's interest of, and their board of directors, if there's interest in working with on this part of the subcommittee. And if there is, it should be a joint cost, so it could really be a joint subcommittee. Those are my comments, Mayor, for now.
Is there anybody else who wants to speak? Yes. Go ahead.
So just wanted to provide clarity because some of these comments we've heard 3-4 years ago, right, when we were initially trying to establish this committee, and staff did reach out to the different school districts, and GGUSD said, no, we don't want to be a part of this effort, per staff, per HAWK. And so Santa Ana Unified was the only one that said, sure, let's explore what we can do to, again, really minimize the gaps that we hear from our students, from our parents, in terms of lack of space, in terms of lack of libraries in the city, in terms of lack of programming for young people in the city in general, and in terms of how do we best share resources, because we're both representing the same people. If this council wants to, say, I'm not going to support with this committee moving forward, then the council will do what they want with their decision-making power. I do think it's a shame to take that away from the community because, as I said, people do watch. Sometimes people call in and people ask questions, and they get to see the process unfold transparently, as opposed to people up here making a call and saying, hey, can we work on this together, right? There's no transparency in that. And so I think part of the big issue, as I said earlier, was why it's been prolonged is because we needed to establish the expectations of our staff in terms of the feedback that we were giving them and what we wanted to see be accomplished. Again, I mean, I can go over and over about what is moving forward, what is going to come to this council, but ultimately, if members of this body don't want to see it move forward, then that's it.
So my final comment, oh yeah, we're gonna vote, but I'm just gonna make a final comment here because I can do that. So I sat on the school board for 8 years. Nobody else up here did, I did. And so the best way to do it is the superintendent and the city manager. I think Council Penalosa talked about the water tower. It's the best way to do it. You take the politicians out of the room. We tried the joint meeting, and we wanted something, they wanted something, it didn't work. So then I get elected mayor, and I asked over and over and over and over, can we have an update, can we have an update, can we have an update? Never received it. So now it's up to vote to, disband it. I'm gonna support it because it really should just be a relationship between, in my humble opinion, you and the superintendent or staff and their staff. You'll get a lot more done when nobody else is there in the room with you. As far as, the school board members that are there or, what the community wants, I can just speak for myself. On a daily basis, and I mean daily basis, parents still have my number and they reach out. Can you help? Can you help? Can you help? Board members don't answer emails. Can you help? Can you help? Can you help? The city can only do this. We cannot do this. The city can only do this. We cannot do this. So if there's an issue, it's between you and the superintendent. That's what I firmly believe. You all have a lot on your plate. We ask a lot of all of you, whether it's Hawk running Parks and Rec and all the activities that he does, all the meetings, youth commissioner meetings who are now, you have youth commissioners are full, right? We have a youth commissioner from every ward and the mayor's office. So there's all these things that are happening. So I'm going to support disbanding both of them because we have great staff. We have a wonderful city manager. He's got his whole team now. We have a chief in place. We have 3 deputy chiefs. We have a deputy city manager. We are fully loaded and ready to rock and roll. So let you do your job. That's how I feel. And the charter schools, just so you know, they do have a group that meets. Because I've been to those meetings, they do meet. If you want the information, I'll give it to you. So if you'd like to reach out to them. And a bunch of charter schools get together monthly and they meet. And they do meet. So I highly recommend that you also reach out to the charters in OSHA and OSEA and El Sol as well, because it's not just Santa Ana Unified in this city. There are many other school districts and schools in our city. So let's prepare to vote at this time. There was a motion on the floor. Jennifer, can you read back the motion, please? I'm sorry, Madam Clerk.
Yes, so the first motion was presented by Councilmember Becerra to disband all 3 subcommittees. I did not hear a second to that motion.
I'll make a second.
Okay, but then after that, there was a motion by Councilmember Hernandez, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez, to approve the resolution as presented, disbanding 2 of the subcommittees. So that would be the current motion on the floor.
Let's prepare to vote for the sub-motion.
So this is the substitute motion by Councilmember Hernandez, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez, to approve a resolution of the City Council of the City of Santa Ana, repealing resolution number 2021-089, establishing the Public Safety and Homelessness City Council Standing Subcommittee and the Legislative City Council Standing Subcommittee. The vote is 3 ayes, 4 nays. Nays by Council Members Peñalosa, Fan, Becerra, and Mayor Amezcua. Motion fails. We would revert back to the original motion which would be to approve as amended a resolution of the City Council of the City of Santa Ana repealing resolution number 2021-089, establishing the Public Safety and Homelessness City Council Standing Subcommittee and the Legislative City Council Standing Subcommittee, and repealing resolution number 2022-028, establishing the Joint School Collaboration City Council Standing Subcommittee between the City of Santa Ana and the Santa Ana Unified School District.
Thank you. Let's vote.
The vote is 4 ayes, 3 nays. Nays by Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez and Council Members Hernandez and Lopez. Motion carries to approve the resolution as amended.
Thank you. Item 19.
Thank you, Mayor. I will be recusing myself from item number 19, as I believe the property owner, Vineyard Development, is associated with the 2525 North Main Street project. And so while this discussion is occurring, I will leave the dais. And I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 19 at this time. Councilman Becerra, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This item is before us tonight is very symbolic. It is a testament to the effort of a neighborhood working with other adjoining neighborhoods in regards to a project that did not work, did not fit in the location that it was proposed. So I take great pleasure tonight in making the motion to adopt a resolution repealing resolution number 2019-107.
I'll second it. Any comments? Seeing none, let's prepare to vote.
So that motion was made by Councilmember Becerra and seconded by Mayor Mesqua, and that was to adopt a resolution repealing resolution number 2019-107, adopting environmental findings of fact pursuant to California Environmental Quality Act, certifying the final environmental impact report SCH 2018-021-031, adopting a statement of overriding considerations for the proposed project, adopting the mitigation monitoring and reporting program, and approving the proposed Addington multifamily residential project located within the city of Santa Ana at 2525 North Main Street. Close. And that, Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Close that. That motion carried.
Thank you. Item 20. Let me clap with you. All right, item 20, please.
No, that's an Adam.
Item 20 is an ordinance related to prohibiting the award of agreements, contracts, or grants to immediate family members of the mayor, city council members, or city officials. Mr. City Manager, do you have any comments? Do you want to add to? Does the council need a report from the city manager? If not, we can move forward.
No.
I have a comment?
You have a comment? Go ahead.
I just want to thank staff for the quick turnaround. I think this is a great example of what good governance looks like, making sure that we have safety guards in place so that people don't abuse the system, and to really minimize preferential treatment, to really safeguard the use of taxpayer dollars, and to also curb corruption. So obviously, I am in support of this item, and thank you for bringing it back. Thank you, City Manager, for the very direct staff report.
Let's prepare to vote, please.
I'll make a motion to approve.
A second?
Thank you, sorry. I'm
Thank
tired,
you.
go ahead. I was waiting, I'm sorry, I apologize.
This is a motion by Councilmember Peñalosa, seconded by
Thank you,
Councilmember
Council Peñalosa.
Lopez, to conduct a first reading of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Santa Ana, amending Chapter 2 of the Santa Ana Municipal Code by adding a new Section 2-112 concerning the prohibition against awarding of agreements, contracts, or grants to any immediate family member of the mayor, city council members, or city officials. Councilmember Peñalosa. Vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries. Ordinance introduced.
Perfect, thank you. We're going to go into council member comments. Before we do that, I just want to let everybody know that I attended the League of Cities policy meeting in Sacramento on January 23rd, 2025. Okay, let's go to councilman comments. Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you, Madam City Mayor. I just wanted to thank the public for tuning in to today's meeting and for sharing your concerns and your support for today's discussions. I also want to thank our city staff for the proactive work that they do to ensure that we have council agendas for the public to share their input on. There's a lot of concern in the community here, and I just want to be adamant that none of us on any side should be spreading misinformation, especially during a time where our families are extremely worried, they're at risk, and they're fearful. And so I want to err on the side of caution in telling the public, please be responsible in sharing accurate information. This is a time where we need to be working together, regardless of the differences that we may share, whether it be political ideology or our values. I think one thing that we can acknowledge is that children deserve to be protected. And who's most at risk when ICE is targeting our families is children. Children, losing their mom or their fathers. We know that can change the course of a young person's life. I also wanted to speak to the need for us to support, our children during a time where we may see an increase in mental health conditions. We may see an increase in children suffering from depression or anxiety. And it's important that beyond the support that they have at school, that we also are having those conversations at home. And we're educating our children on how to protect themselves, how to protect their peers, and how to ensure that we're having a safe place for dialogue at home. I think that the responsible part of where we can begin is with ourselves, and that's in our own homes. And if we can educate each other on the rights that our neighbors are afforded, I think Santa Ana is going to be in a better position. I want to thank the city manager's office for his transparency in creating a Know Your Rights tab, and Councilmember Lopez for her advocacy to see that done. And I want to also thank the city of Santa Ana for ensuring that we are standing on those values and making it very clear that immigrants are welcome and they're protected in our city. In addition to the concerns, there have been some very positive things happening in the city. We recently had our first TET Festival, and it was at Centennial Park. And so I want to thank my colleague, Tai Viet Phan, because this was an event that she brought forward. And representation matters, especially during a time where our families are being targeted and attacked. And so I want to just say thank you to my colleagues for ensuring that during this time, we're uplifting those who are impacted, and our neighbors in the API community are certainly impacted. I also want to speak to the rise in officer-involved shootings that we are seeing in Orange County. The stance that I'm about to take right now is not an anti-police stance. It's a pro-justice stance. My concern is that we have seen officer-involved shootings increase in the downtown. We had a man who was fatally shot while holding a toy rifle. And as fearful as our residents were seeing a man walk down the street with a toy rifle, they called police. And this individual was encountered by law enforcement at the intersection of First and Broadway, and he was tragically murdered within seconds. There is over 20 bullet holes across the Casa Linda furniture store, but ultimately this man was unarmed. He did not have a firearm, but the perception of danger was that he did have a firearm. I am concerned that we are moving away from de-escalating. We saw in the case of Brandon Lopez, a man be murdered and was unarmed and was shot over 20 times by 4 different Anaheim Police Department officers, Catalin Panav, Paul Delgado, Kenneth Weber. And the concern is it impacts families and loved ones. There's a justice system so that people can be afforded their due process. In the case of the individual who was carrying a toy rifle, I would want to see us de-escalate those situations, just like we did the case where there was an individual on 17th and Tustin who walked into a salon with a firearm. And our Santa Ana Police Department did a fantastic job containing that perimeter and utilizing the best police practices that they could to de-escalate that situation. It resulted in over 8 hours of de-escalating that situation, using choppers, using vehicles, but more importantly, being judicious about the decisions we were making. That person that had a gun that walked into a salon was arrested. Nobody was fatally shot, and that person is now incarcerated. And that person saw a due process. And through their crime that they committed, they were afforded a due process. And I pray to God that their life changes and they figure it out. But when we are shooting at people outside of a furniture store that people are shopping in, we seen in the case of Valentina Orellano Peralta in Los Angeles, a 14-year-old young lady was killed in a Burlington coat factory while she was in a changing room. She was innocent. She was a immigrant who was visiting America to see family. And while she was changing in a Burlington coat factory, police had an officer-involved shooting where this young 14-year-old young lady was murdered. And her family lost their loved one. And they were just coming to visit this country. She was trying on clothes at the Burlington coat factory. That same tragedy where an unarmed man was shot in front of Casa Linda could have occurred. Over 20 bullets were sprayed across those walls. And if you walk and you look past those, you can see the impact of those bullet holes on the wall. There was an incident that occurred where a suspect was wanted for homicide. And this person should be off the street. This person should be arrested. This person should be in front of a judge and charged. But this individual was tragically murdered at the pier while there was a number of civilians that were fishing. And the shooting happened in a number of seconds. I don't know the details of it, but I can share that residents reached out to my office, sharing that they were concerned to see violence rising in our police department in terms of fatal officer-involved shootings. My stance is a pro-justice stance, in that I want our officers to make it home safely. I want civilians to be afforded their due process. No matter how good or how bad they may be, it is not the role of public servants to decide to be the judge, the jury, and the executioner. And so my comments are to our city manager, that we please emphasize de-escalation practices to the best of our abilities, that we consider the standards that are changing in California, as evidenced by Assembly Bill 392, which is related to the new deadly force standards, as it pertains to Assembly Bill 1506, which investigates fatal police shootings of unarmed civilians. It's important that we understand that these shifts affect the racial disparities in use of force. And so I would like to see our police department work closer than we ever have in de-escalation practices and ensuring that we're abiding by state law. And lastly, I would like to see us look into additional bills that we have at the Assembly. There was a bill that was recently passed, and it was Senate Bill 1421. It's a bill that helps with transparency as pertains to police records. But in addition to that, you have Assembly Bill 118, which creates pilot projects and distributes grants to organizations providing community-based health care for those who are having mental health conditions. Oftentimes, people who are suffering from mental health have interactions with the police. Perhaps it's worth us looking into Assembly Bill 118 to see if there's grant funding that can help aid the department in responding to calls related to domestic disturbances where there may be a loved one who is suffering from a mental health crisis. I think in the case of an individual carrying a toy gun, that clearly to me does not speak to somebody who is fully operating to the best of their cognitive abilities. That may be somebody who is either impaired due to substance abuse or may be struggling with some sort of a mental health crisis. But I just wanted to be adamant that the same fear that is happening all throughout the city in terms of ICE, there's also immigrant, members of this community who are fearful when they see violence rising in our department. And so this is a call for us to preserve human life and to ensure that our officers, of course, make it home safely, and that our residents are also given, a due process, no matter what stance they're on, whether they're innocent or they're guilty. And may God bless us through these very challenging times. Those will be my final comments. Thank you.
Councilmember Lopez.
Yes, so last week we hosted a Santiago Park Creek cleanup in partnership with Caltrans, OC Habitat, and with the help of over 40 dedicated volunteers, we successfully removed a total of 253 pounds of waste from the park and creek. And I want to thank our Public Works Department for making sure that they also supported our efforts and picked up all those trash bags. and over 200 pounds of trash and 26 pounds of invasive plants that are growing in the creek. And so I do want to give a huge shout out to everyone who participated, to all of the volunteers, to OC Habitats, to Caltrans, and to our community director for helping coordinate this effort. And looking ahead, we do invite you to our upcoming office hours, hosted at Maubrey Park this Saturday from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. And this is a great opportunity for folks to discuss important city topics. We've hosted office hours for many, many years now, and we hope to see you there. And I do want to thank the city manager for your public report out earlier during this meeting, advising our residents about the Know Your Tabs, the Know Your Rights tab on our city's website. I know that was something I requested during the last council meeting, and so I'm very happy with the turnaround time and some of the content on that page. And I highly encourage all of our constituents to go and check it out if they have any questions. So thank you.
Councilmember Penalosa, please.
Thank you, Mayor Mesco. I just want to thank you, Mr. City Manager, for the last couple of almost a year now that you've been at the helm. Well, half unofficially, half officially, but you've been doing an awesome job. And, you know, whatever time one calls, you're there. And even when on a weekend, when give you a call and you're already proactively out there looking at areas that we had discussed over the week. Thank you for being out there yesterday morning with business owners along Grand with me as we walked that area to see what's going on and how we could better help and service our businesses. So thank you for that. And aside from that, I just want to congratulate my colleague, Councilmember Phil Becerra, on being appointed chairman of the Orange County Fire Authority. So that is huge for our city to have that leadership there. So just congratulations, Phil. I know you're going to be representing Santa Ana very well. Aside from that, that is it. Madam Mayor, thank you, city staff, and we'll see you all in 2 weeks.
Councilmember Fan.
That sounded wrong. Can you do that again, please?
Councilmember, did I say it right, Fan?
I mean, the council member part, though.
No, that's all you did. That's all you did.
First, I wanted to thank staff so much for Lunar New Year was just a fantastic time. Thank you so much to Parks and Rec, Director Hawk, Director Sternberg with our libraries. It was just really wonderful to see everyone out there, to see staff, to see all of our community members dressed up, wearing auyais. That was just a really wonderful thing to see. And growing up here in Santa Ana and growing up on the west side, to really see us celebrate the diversity of cultures here is always something that fills me with joy, especially for the second year in a row. Thank you so much. There is just one big update I do want to give as your representative on the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California. Met is America's largest water importer. We serve water to 19 million Southern Californians. And recently we voted after a very long 3-day closed session deliberation to appoint a new general manager. It is going to be Devin Upadahe. He has been with Met for many years, and we look forward to his leadership and his work as we move forward to investing further in water infrastructure and in ensuring that we keep water rates down, and also providing water and this crucial resource, especially in fighting the fires in LA County. So I wanted to assure all of our residents that the water will still be flowing, and luckily here in Santa Ana, the vast majority of our water is from the Santa Ana Basin, the best tasting water in the world, obviously. And finally, I just wanted to say that, I hope that everybody has a safe time this week. It's going to be raining. Please take care of yourself. I know the streets get really crazy, and I look forward to seeing all of you at the next council meeting. Have a good night.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez.
Thank you, staff. Thank you for everything you do. The meetings have been going great. You guys have been doing a great job. I mean, I appreciate it, how smooth we run. And now we've even, now we're a city staff on steroids with 2 new assistant city managers who are giants amongst us. And I'm glad they're coming on to support you for all the help and all the phone calls you get from us. Somebody's going to give you the help. I really appreciate the work that was done for Lunar New Year. Thank you to Hawk and his team for that work. And I want to mention to our young people, when you're protesting, to continue, please just continue walking and marching and try not to stop. I know for many years I was an activist in the streets, and May Day would come around, and most of the signs in Santa Ana and Anaheim May Day, I'd support the Labor Fed as well, and they'd have signs that we painted at my house, and we organized, but we always made sure, and we called it self-defense, and some people might call it security, but we always organized and said, who's gonna volunteer? And people would volunteer to keep people moving and keep people safe and not stopping. More harm comes when a big group stops, and it's important to just keep walking. So thank you for protesting and doing your voice, and it's your First Amendment to go out, but if you're gonna march, volunteer if you can to be that self-defense team as we did. And I was talking to, at another point, I was talking to the district, and as these times, the FACE program is now going to turn, instead of doing rent stabilization workshops, they're going to be doing immigration as it's needed now, but I think the city, we can do both, and we have places to do both. I think rent stabilization is immigrant advocacy as well. Our school district lost 6,000 students, and not two charters, they're shrinking as well. If you look up the numbers, there's one that increased as they're increasing their grade levels. But the county lost 40,000 people. I know we know the state's losing people, so of course Santa Ana. And why is Santa Ana hit so hard? It's because the rent is really high. Because the rent is really high for the salary that we earned here, that our families earn in our areas. So we need to continue and push out the rent stabilization education for all our people to know where it's at. The state average of McKinney-Vento is housing insecure students, and they could be out in the streets, in a shelter, in a car, in a motel, renting a garage. The state average is 17 and a half. At my high school, at Valley High School, we're 29% McKinney-Vento. A third of all kids are housing insecure, and that's why they're leaving. I just had two students, siblings, move to Fontana this last week because a 3-bedroom, 3-bath house was what we would charge for a 2-bedroom house here, or a 1-bedroom house here. So they moved to Fontana. So it's important to continue for us to push forward rent stabilization workshops wherever we can, how we can, working with the school district and others, including Garden Grove, because they're protected as well, and do that work across the city. So thank you. That's all I have for today.
I apologize, Councilman Becerra. I overlooked you, I apologize.
No worries. Thank you, Madam Mayor. For the AB 1234 disclosure, the city paid for my travel on January 24th for my participation in the League of California Cities Transportation Policy Committee. They met up in Sacramento, and I was there for one day. While I was there, the committee received a briefing on state transportation funding and the governor's budget from the Legislative Analyst's Office, and an update on pending legislation from the Cal City staff. I'll be hosting my monthly community office hours on Saturday, February 8th at 10 a.m. at Sandpoint Park. Now, the reason why I didn't hold them this last Saturday was because I was out in Westminster celebrating the Lunar New Year and the Tet Parade. It was great because not only was it Santa Ana folks going to Westminster, but you had Garden Grove, Fountain Valley, Stanton, Huntington Beach, and Irvine elected officials. And so, Mr. City Manager, as we're looking to Fiestas Patrias, because we throw a big party, and I know our staff's going to be working on it already, but I would like to make sure that we extend the invitation further out when it comes to the elected officials. And we're the capital of Orange County, and nobody throws a Fiestas Patrias party like we do, so I think it would be a good thing to make sure that we invite our colleagues in other cities to make sure that they have a chance to participate. I really appreciate what Westminster did, and they do a good job every year. As Councilmember Penaloza already mentioned, I was selected by my colleagues from throughout Orange County on the OCFA board to serve as the board chair. So I'm looking forward to representing the capital of Orange County on that board. Why does it matter? Because that's the agency that provides our fire protection and medical emergency services. And so with all the things that have been happening in Southern California recently, whether it's fires, just other emergencies, I can assure you right now that OCFA is in great shape and God willing will continue to be. And with that, I also want to just close tonight by thanking both our city manager, because we've had some meetings that I think when people looked at the agenda went, ooh, better bring a sleeping bag. We're going to be here for a while. And I think that's partially also due to my colleagues. And I want to say thank you to everybody because we tackled some big things over the last couple of months. And we've been able to not only have productive discussions, but be able to get through them in a reasonable time. So I want to say thank you to our staff in that. And I also want to give a specific shout out to our public works folks because you make us all look good up here. You know, I mean, we talk about some items up here tonight that are contracts and all the fun stuff, but the real fun stuff where constituents are reaching out, wanting to see the city serve them. And you know, when I first got on this council, I really thought I'd be blowing up Director Ty's phone, well, then Director Ty, now ACM Ty's phone on planning and development issues, given my background. But it's public works that I think probably bears the load of most constituent calls. And you guys make us always look good. So thank you. And with that, good night, everybody.
Thank you very much. I disclosed earlier the AB 1234, but I want to share that I sit on the Housing, Community, Economic Development, Public Safety, Revenue, and Taxation Committee. And the meeting, the entire meeting was about Prop 36. Everybody in that room discussed Prop 36. And hopefully, Chief, you'll be with me at the next meeting. There were chiefs of police in there, and council members, mayors, there's somebody from the Port Authority, and it was about Prop 36 because every city that was in there wants the same thing. They want a very safe community. It was about the quality of life of their constituents in the cities that they represent. So that's what I was there doing, and we'll be having our next meeting in Burbank, so I won't have to catch a flight at 6 o'clock in the morning. So I do want to share really quick, there's a couple things I know tonight. It was about ICE, which is really important, and I again want to state that there's nothing worse than yelling fire in a movie theater and people getting hurt in the process. So it's kind of what's been happening the last couple days all over social media, and it's shameful that you yell, the mayor's working with ICE, Santa Ana PD, or whatever it may be, and it causes fear. They're at Immaculate Heart of Mary, they're here, they're there. Shame on the people that are doing that. Shame on those that are involved in the politics that are doing that. Shame on teachers that are teaching or having those conversations. Shame on anybody that is doing that because you're causing harm to our families. You are causing harm. People are afraid to leave. I talked to a family yesterday, they don't even want to go to, it's sad, they're like, we go to Yum Yum Donuts in the morning before we go take our kids to school. We don't even want to do that. We're afraid. And long meeting with them, please don't be afraid. If they're here, you should hear about it. Call the city manager's office, call the police department, text me, I'll text you back, I'll call them. You can text the council members. Fear is a terrible thing. And I think Councilman Becerra covered it when he said, and I'm gonna not say it exactly the way he said it, but if you're involved with crime, you're breaking the law, you're driving under the influence, you're beating up your husband or your wife, police come out, you're undocumented, yeah, you're gonna have some problems. Yes, you will. So what I would say to you is that please encourage people to not fall for the fear. Talk to your children. Talk to your children. Do not let adults who are bad influences on them tell them what to do and how to do it and how to think and what to believe. Have that foundation for your children, whether it's your religion or whatever it may be that drives your family. Carry that right now and be prepared. If you are afraid of that, please be prepared. Have documents printed out, have things signed, have backpacks ready to go. It's kind of like an earthquake bag I used to have with my kids. If there's an earthquake, they need to grab their backpack. It had everything in it that we needed, they each needed. And we would take shelter. They knew that if we got lost at Angel Stadium, you meet me at the Big A. That's where I'm gonna find you. That's what we do. And if you don't find me, you find an adult to help you. That's what we should be teaching our children in our community, not creating fear. Because those that are, again, I'm gonna say, shame on you, because you created problems. And yeah, you can talk about me, I don't care. But today, hundreds of students walked out of Santa Ana Unified. Hundreds. That's awful. Some kids didn't even know why they were walking out, they just walked out. Flyers were being passed out at schools. The mayor's working with ICE, so we're gonna protest. How is that educational? And what are we teaching our children? That's what I wanna know. I don't know how that's educational. And in Santa Ana Unified, whoever's causing this, shame on you. It performs at the 48th, we are number 48 out of 50 states. That school district, our school district. Our kids need to be in class. They need to be in class. Last Friday, I was at the school board meeting, and the school board voted 4-1 to lay off 300 SAEA members, teachers, counselors, social workers. One of the council members up here said, right now is the time where our children need mental health assistance. Yes, they do. But yet, Santa Ana Unified, the majority of the board, voted to lay off 300 certificated staff, which includes social workers and counselors. So shame on them as well. And don't blame anybody. Because if we don't move forward with Measure X, this council, we can't blame anybody. We can't blame people who are sitting here before us. It's our responsibility. If we can't pass a budget or handle a budget, that's our responsibility as the council and the mayor and the city leadership. It's not the school districts, and it's not the people who sat here before us. It is our issue. So shame on the school district to say, well, the previous board members. No. If you can't balance your budget in your home, you don't blame your neighbor. Look in the mirror. Look in the mirror. Because now we have students that are not going to have enough teachers. Classes will be full. And yeah, kids are leaving Santa Ana Unified. They are. I don't care what anybody says. And it's not just housing. They're leaving for a lot of reasons. And I won't go into that tonight. But I just want to let the Santa Ana Educators Association know that I stand with them. And I know Councilman Penalosa, you were there with me, so thank you. I stand with them because there should be more action on their part to fight back and say, not on my watch, because our children do need them, especially social workers, especially counselors, and teachers, all of them. Curriculum specialists, they all need them. So with that, I would just want to say with Santa Ana Educator Association, please reach out to me again. And I do stand with you, and I know that Assemblyman Avelino Valencia had staff there, Congressman Correa had staff there as well, so I want to thank them. And the Police Officers Association was there also to support, and the Orange County Labor Federation. And so also I want to thank Assemblyman Avelino Valencia and Congressman Correa, because they've been working very closely, and every time I reach out about immigration issues, they're on it, they're answering emails, they're sharing information, they're giving guidance. Here's what's happening in Sacramento, here's what's happening in DC. And that is so important to have those conversations with them. I know Mr. City Manager, you and the Deputy City Manager, I've been in touch with them as well, and Chief, I know you have as well, because we have to stay informed. Again, we're not gonna scream fire in a movie theater. We're gonna stay informed, and we're gonna lead. How do we lead? We be transparent, we have empathy, we do it gently, and at the same time, we remind people, please don't break the law, because the moment you enter the system, bad things will happen, and we don't want that. And please talk to your children. Homelessness, Mr. City Manager, it's also a priority in the city, among other things, right? But I've been watching and seeing how our homeless problem, it looks like it's getting worse, and then it gets better because the police do a great job, and then they go out and clean up. An hour later, because I've sat in my car and watched, an hour later they come back, and I go by and I watch at all hours of the day or night. And the police go in, and Colt goes in, they take them out, they help them, and then they come back again. I don't know the answer because it's been a problem for 10 or 15 years, except for Santa Ana is just starting to look like, there's little pockets that look like people are being dropped off, I don't know. Chief, maybe you can do some special surveillance and find out if people are being dropped off. And I've asked that a couple times, Mr. City Manager, because I keep hearing from the community that people are being dropped off, and I can't say that it's true because I have not seen it. My grandma always says, if you don't see it with your own eyes, it's a lie. So I'm just gonna say, I don't know. But the homeless issue down First Street, doing drugs, sticking that needle in their arm, smoking that pipe as kids are walking by, I mean, we really have to stay on top of that, and I know you are, and thank you. I can't say it enough. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But we got to do it on a regular basis every day, more and more, please, because I hear from our constituents every day, or I talk to Phil, or I talk to David, and it's like, did you see this? Did you see that? There's a group here, there's a group there. And it's just, it breaks my heart when I hear from families that their children have to walk by while, some guy's smoking his meth pipe and, or he's half naked, and I'm not even gonna go down that road. I'm just saying, please continue, Chief, to do the work. Please continue to really push, Mr. City Manager, wherever there's funding that we can work with people and apply for. And I can't wait to hear from Cal Optima to see if we did, that street medicine. I'm keeping my fingers crossed and praying, right? So, the homeless population is still a problem, and I hope as passionate as people are up here about other issues, that they are all passionate about homeless issues, because it affects our quality of life in Santa Ana, it affects our businesses, it affects every single one of us. I also want to thank the city staff, because we've had 2 meetings now with our businesses and our chamber, great turnout. Thank you, Councilman Penalosa and Becerra, for joining us, hearing from the businesses on what they need, why they need it, the good, the bad, and the ugly, and how we can work together to continue to bring in new businesses, generate revenue for our city, because that's how we provide services to our constituents. We generate revenue. And so thank you for attending those meetings with me. There was like over 65 businesses that have joined us on both occasions, and that is really good. So I'm very happy about that. The TEP Festival was wonderful. The TEP Parade and the Lunar Festival was great. I am looking forward to, Mr. City Manager, and I hope the council is as well, to start the budget discussion very soon. Where are we going to move money to, pay here, cut there, and still provide the best services that we can for our community? But it's not about unicorns and babies and butterflies. It's about services to our community that we need to address, and being honest about how much money we have and what are we going to do with it. And I know you're going to do a good job, because I know it's not a year, as Councilman Penalosa said, but it's almost a year. And so, with your leadership, and now with Min and Kat here, and Sylvia's been doing a phenomenal job, and all your staff, we're gonna get through the budget. And thank you, Madam City Manager, City Attorney, because I know you're in the loop there as well. So thank you. I'm gonna end with this. Council member earlier mentioned officer-involved shootings. I'm concerned too. I'm concerned that a guy was walking downtown and the phone calls came in about a man carrying a shotgun, and he was loading it. And when officers arrived, he was stopped. The community was afraid, and officers have a split second to make a decision. A split second. I think Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez said, go on a ride-along with Colt, see what they do. I encourage you all to go on a ride-along with Santa Ana PD late at night and see what they do. They make decisions in a split second. So I'm not going to Monday night quarterback. I want to thank the officers that go out there every day and risk their life. What he didn't talk about was the shooting in, I think, Floral Park in the north part of Santa Ana, where a gentleman had a knife to his mother's throat, and guess what? Santa Ana PD was there to save the day. And the community there was very thankful, because he was going to kill his mother. And yes, people are mentally ill. Yes, we have a lot of need in this community. But I'm not going to Monday night quarterback unless a report comes out, Mr. City Manager, that it was a bad shoot. Then you address it. Then, Chief, you address it. But there has been none of that yet. And I don't think you're going to see that. And I'm going to pray that we don't. Because if a guy's walking down the street with what looks like a shotgun at night, then we have a problem. We have a problem. And I would hope that our officers will do their job, which they do, protect and serve. Because if I had been there down 4th Street, I would have called and said, there's a guy with a gun, looks like a shotgun. Maybe they would have asked me. The dispatch, is it real, ma'am? I don't know, because I'm not going to get close enough to make that decision. See, please send police. Police came, they did what they do best, they protected and served. And so I will not sit up here ever in Monday night quarterback, because you have to make a decision as officers in a split second, because we want you to go home to your families too. We want you to go home to your children. We want you to go home to your wife. We want you to go home to your parent that you're taking care of. We want you to go home to your pregnant wife that's due any day. That's what we want. At least I can speak for a few of us up here. That's what we want. So I want to apologize to Santa Ana PD if you took any offense to any comments that were made earlier. And I would ask that you continue to do your job and do it well. And Chief, thank you. I was at the swearing in, and a few of us were there. Councilmember Fan, myself, Councilmember Becerra, and Councilman Penalosa. It was a great event to watch you get sworn in with the 3 DCs, with Deputy Chief Andrade, Deputy Chief Gonzalez, and Deputy Chief Elms. So congratulations to all 3 of you. City manager, new city manager doing a phenomenal job with his team, new chief doing a phenomenal job with his team. We truly look forward to the changes that are happening in the city and that will continue to happen. Because things that the city's been waiting on for 20 years, you're addressing. You're addressing. So what else can we ask for, right? Other than I will just say, I'm sorry? For what? Bristol. Can you get it done before David's penny gets out of diapers? That's what I want to know. Okay. Now you can, don't listen to her. She always gets what she wants. Okay. So I'm going to close with this, is that I'm having a coffee with the mayor on the 22nd of February at the historic French Park. So please come out and join us to share your concerns. And I really want to thank all the people that came out tonight that gave public comments, whether they were good or bad. Comes with the job. I want to thank the city staff. I want to thank all of you who wait to the very end of this meeting. And with that, thank you and good night.